Christmas Day of the year 1560, we crossed the last pass of the Andes. Below us, for the first time, we can see the jungle. In the morning, I read Mass, and then we descended through the clouds.
Number one in the chat, it's B-Re. Number two over here with Tisrio. Thank you so much, folks. Strategy members number three. We're going to get started in just a couple minutes, folks. Enjoy the movie. Here we go. So that feeling you have right now is the feeling one has when they experience a Werner Herzog film. This is Aguirre, The Wrath of God, starring Klaus Kinski, a medically diagnosed psychopath. A film that was filmed with stolen camera equipment. Werner Herzog threatened to kill Klaus Kinski after he threatened to leave, and he was serious. The whole film shouldn't have happened. Look up the documentary on the making of this film. You think Apocalypse Now was tough? Right? Was a journey. This is filmmaking. Absolutely brilliant film, by the way. You can watch the whole thing on YouTube right now. 4K. I guess Werner Herzog doesn't hire lawyers that scan the internet. I don't know. Or maybe they just missed this for some reason. I don't know. But watch it today. It'll change your fucking life. Werner Herzog films have a tendency to do that. So big props to your boy, Werner Herzog. What a film. What a film. And it's based off a real story. Welcome to the News Underground, folks. I am Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground, the realest motherfucking place for news on Twitch. You know, if I'm going to do this job right, I should just never leave this chair. And it shocks me that multi-billion-dollar institutions, they have the money, they have the resources, and they have the time to be covering news, and they don't really. They cover news for like a block of time, and then they repeat that coverage. I guess they do break in for like breaking news, then they'll bust out like the nighttime B team. I just feel like, you know what I mean? Like we should be, I mean, it should just be constant. The lies are constant. They're using our slow reaction time. The oligarchy is using our slow reaction time against us. Anyway, folks, enough of my rambling. We're going to be starting off with Charlie Kirk stuff, just more stuff to follow up on. And look, if you're sighing and you're rolling your eyes, I'm sorry that I'm covering this again, fifth day in the row or whatever, sixth day maybe. But we have to. They're barreling forward with the strategy to use this. My stream crapped out. Hey, Lenny. Welcome back. It's always good to see you. Hashtag more Lenny. It's goddamn Lenny, y'all. Here right away on a Monday morning. Hope you're doing well. Stream crapped out. Well, don't let me interrupt your stream. Don't let me interrupt the Lenny. Come on now. You got to get that stuff out there. So no, back to my point is, unfortunately, we do have to cover Charlie Kirk because they're weaponizing this. They're barreling forward. And what is it? Of course, make leftism illegal. That's basically what it is. So we have a lot of stuff to cover here. The first thing, though, is not Charlie Kirk. Oh, maybe I should make that maybe I should make the... I didn't think of that. Let me just make this guy transparent here real quick. Hold on. There we go. Let's make him a little transparent. There we go. Perfect. I just added, you know, for Monday streams, I just wanted to add a Garfield I hate Mondays because I'm a idiot. I don't know. But no, this footage blew me away. You know how we keep seeing like stuff that might as well be from Hollywood? You know, the drone flying into the volcano and like watching it as it erupts, and you know it's not CG, this is real. Well, here's another one that it's like, you know, life-changing event here, and you're filming it, you're right there. I couldn't imagine. So this is a volcano erupting, and these people are desperately trying to get away from the plume. It looks like they were successful. But holy. Yeah, Mount Stromboli. Delicious. Yeah, delicious indeed. So pretty shocking stuff. Voters capture footage of erupting Mount Stromboli. That's not smoke. That's just your mother's cooking. But this footage is nuts. You know, they hopped on the boat so quick and left, like they didn't even tie up anything. You know, this thing's like bouncing behind, right? Because they probably would have tied it up. Or maybe you know, I don't know what the situation is on the boat here, but like we gotta go. I'm a good guy. Yeah, Dari. That's what I think when you show up. Yeah, when Dari shows up, I know that I'm being judged. Like 100%, and I need to be on my P's and Q's. But this footage, is that the Sicario movie soundtrack? That's funny. I'm not the biggest fan of the second one, Day of the Soldano, but I love the first one. So let's just get to the Charlie Kirk shit. Let's just try to blast through this. Welcome back, You Win TV. Good guy, Dari. Judged. Only God and Bezos can judge. Only Bezos can judge me now. only Bezos, like a tattoo across my chest, or it was like right on his abs, right? Was it around his belly button? Only Bezos can judge me. Yeah, that's right. Okay. We're just going to talk about it. We're not going to make a bunch of jokes that could, because I mean, they're very serious about this. They're desperate. I'm sure I'm on a list because, and of course, they're being wildly dishonest, right? Anybody that literally points out Charlie Kirk's racism, or even defines it as racism, you're on the list, right? So you're on the list as the same, on the same list as the guy that's like, making the horrifically stupid jokes, right? Trying to be Mr. Edgelord. And then you're also, it doesn't matter. So it just doesn't matter. Yeah, this is actually an old comic I used to really enjoy. I bought T-shirts for. I wish it would come back. But I think it was White Ninja Comics or something like that. I'm sure it's still on the internet. It was very popular for several years. Back when web comics were a thing. Does anyone know? Am I 100 years old? Lenny, I feel you, bud. What's a web comic? Web comics, I don't know. I was obsessed with them when I was like, a teenager, when I was, like doing the internet. I remember going to we went to a hotel when I was a teenager for some reason. And I remember doing Nuclear Power. That was the Final Fantasy comic. I'm losing you. Okay, let's go. Okay. The One Punch Man webcomic. I didn't know they did one for One Punch Man. I'm going to have to check that out. But this was way before One Punch Man. InfoEpi is a very reputable source. Oh, really? Okay, good to know. Well, we're just having some fun. I've been compiling some things. And one thing, and I saw this and I was like, you know what? We haven't talked about this. But it's very, very true, isn't it? That a lot of the assholes that we see come in here, oh, I'm actually not from America. I'm just memeing it up. Civil War is cool. Hopefully it'll be nuclear. That won't affect me either. These people who think they're just completely untouchable. Go. So we haven't talked about this, how there's probably a lot of Russian bots and Chinese bots spreading this, trying to get us to fall. Why? Because we are a bulwark to their tyranny. I assure you, you don't want to live in a system. You don't want to live in a world where China number 1 and America number 2 or number 3. I assure you. And I'm not advocating for American hegemony. Oh, fucking nail it. See, that's what practice and hard work gets you, folks. Okay. I am not advocating for American hegemony. But I would like to point out that there's an objective reality here, that we have several devils. No angels. We have several devils to deal with, and we have to pick one. So you have to pick the devil you're dealing with here. And I assure you, God, get off TikTok if you're trying to tell me otherwise. You do not want to live under the Chinese empire. Them controlling economies, them making, and I'm not saying like they're going to invade and start making decisions, but trust me, the dollar gives America an edge that Americans have, they have no idea until it's gone. But it is so precious being number 1, being the reserve currency. So that's what this is really all about. For China, that's what this is all about. For Russia, it's a whole other thing. They got their own motivations. So just wanted to, I'm glad to take this opportunity to talk about how these other countries are very interested in lying about Charlie Kirk, in spreading these falsehoods. You know it, female eunuchs. Welcome back, Simply Steve. So very, very good stuff. And thank you, E. Rosalie, who is getting a special extra recommendation from Strategy member, I believe. So that's, oh no, Absolute Zero. Welcome back, Absolute Zero. Just thought some of these are funny. From Nicholas Grossman here, the free speech activist who built a list of professors he worked to get fired for their speech must be celebrated for his support of free speech. And anyone who quotes his speech accurately in context will be fired and or face state punishment by the champions of free speech. Do I have that right? Yes, 100%. Yeah. So we got a bunch of intentionally ignorant right-wingers who are misconstruing it, along with a bunch of foreigners intentionally misconstruing it to continue to stir up shit. And now this is the world we live in now. Right? Because I remember Charlie Kirk, he was all about cancel culture. He was all about getting you fired if you were on the left. If this is happening to the right, the woke, the cancel culture, victim. And Joe Rogan eating it up like fucking Saturday morning cereal. I'm going to briefly talk about this. This stupid motherfucker who is a certified stupid motherfucker made some ridiculous 14-year-old level joke on his goddamn stupid motherfucking TV show about, hey, maybe we should just kill homeless people. The one woman, no, it was amazing. I'm not even going to show it to you. The woman was like, oh, we got to be compassionate about human beings, blah, blah, blah. Kill Mead over here. Why don't we just kill them all? Okay. So 2 journalists so far have been fired for milquetoast comments pointing out the reality of Charlie Kirk. This guy with a goddamn, oh, I'm so sorry, we gotta help people, and I didn't actually mean that. They can't wait to make our lives absolutely miserable. You think you know misery now? Continue to let the Kilmeads of the world run our fucking world. You just let it happen. Slime. Involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them. This is the mentality this is the mentality that helps the erasure of Palestine. You know what I've noticed recently? Across right-wing mainstream media? Using similar language to Palestinians when talking about leftists. We're starting to see the same dehumanization of the left, the woke. So fuck this pile of turds for life, like it's always been, like I needed a reminder. I saw this, I just laughed my ass off. If you don't know what a Sopranos meme, then you just ignore this. They're called groypers, T. They can't get laid, so they act racist online and they worship a fat green frog. Okay? Now we got to talk about the garbage thing. Oh yeah, Sopranos so good. It's not perfect, like Breaking Bad is. Like Breaking Bad is like so consistent it hurts. I can only think of like one tiny like plot hole. But Sopranos is filled with them. But it's super awesome, super good. What a journey too for these characters. It's like a satisfying anime where you get to see some real growth in these people, Moving on. Patriot Front here marching through Huntington Beach, California, chanting, "Fight back! Say his name! Charlie Kirk!" Oh, by the way, we're not Nazis. We don't support fascism. That's a naughty word. You're not allowed to say that. We've made that word illegal. So Slazik over here who I think gives Elon Musk $5 a month, dog. What the fuck? How absurd is it that Republicans are never held accountable for actual neo-Nazis holding quote-unquote Volt Republican flags, while Democrats are consistently held accountable for leftists who hate them with all their guts? Yeah, and look, he's incredibly correct, but, you know, the hypocrisy is part of the program. And pointing out the hypocrisy isn't really helping too much. And this guy, Patrick Dorhan, said it perfectly. We did it. We pointed out all the hypocritical things Republicans have said about the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. They're going to change now. The guy who was making George Floyd jokes saw your screenshot of his George Floyd jokes, and he completely changed his ways. Woohoo! So the Reddit title of this, I should have just included the whole link, was we should be organizing now, basically. I think it's time we start organizing, right? Because it's satisfying, it feels good, and look, you can do this all day if you show up to the march, if you donate to the organization, if you're putting in the work. Then you get the permission to shit post, I mean all day, dude, till your thumbs fall off. Okay? Because we need to do both, actually. We got to defend ourselves online, but we got to be out there. We got to be out there. Where's the counter protest, right? We got to be out there, organized, like obsessed with this shit. The fascists are obsessed with it. The Groypers are obsessed with it. Putting in the work like some guy I used to know. So Patrick Doran over here absolutely fucking nailed it. Probably tweet of the month. Tweet of the minute. Yeah, that's about all they deserve. Tweet of the minute. And look at that. Doesn't even give Elon Musk money. How about that? We talked about Tim Pool a couple days ago, maybe yesterday. I don't know. He's a dunce. Like, he's a legitimately stupid person. Like, you know how, like, people overuse that word, and people who are, like, not, clinically stupid or something, who, like, actually have low IQ, but they're just acting stupid. I think Tim Pool is, like, legitimately low IQ, like, legitimately, like, I don't know, ate paint chips, didn't wear a helmet, and he bunked his head at the skate park. But, I mean, look at this. How many times? Civil War, 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 Civil War. Yeah, we get it. We get it. And by the way, I'd like to see you on the front lines, Tim. When it does happen, when your language finally does catch up to this conservative movement. I hope to see you on the front lines, Tim. Because we know, where these guys going to be. Nice and comfortable in the back, doing the work as propagandists for the right wing. Basically, what are they doing right now with the ICE kidnappings? Getting on board. Ooh, this is cool. Oh, look at me. I'm a real reporter. Jeremiah Johnson, who gives Elon Musk money. What a desperate loser. I agree, Jeremiah. Cancel your subscription, please. Adam Mockler over here with a good one. Welcome back, WW86. Gosh, I really do hope to see Trailhead. Because I feel bad. I put in a little work checking Trailhead was like, unsourced comments from Charlie Kirk. And it's like, well, I don't have every source. So I went through those comments in my own personal time, and I was able to find sources for about 75% of them. But there's also a good chance that the other ones were sourced from interviews and other things that are not identified as Charlie Kirk exclusive. Like, he was a guest speaker at something and, at some conference. So I do hope to see Trailhead. Adam Mockler over here. Argument. Okay. Who got owned immediately? Oh, Tim Pool. He owns himself every fucking morning when he puts on that ridiculous fucking beanie. Anyway, Adam Mockler over here. Then debunk this, Tim. Can you name one Democratic politician who cheered on Kirk's death? So I saw this. I was like, oh shit, I literally said the same thing. Like, it would actually be more difficult to find a Democratic leftist leader. And I'm not talking about some 2-follower schmuck, right, on Twitter. Mother and grandma, the only followers, right? A regular person. Sorry, I shouldn't be using followers as any kind of like metric, but you get what I'm saying, right? Somebody, not a person who's a leader in the Democratic leftist movements, right? Just a person who claims to be something, right? Something that anybody can do at any time, even bad actors. So I was like, it's actually you're going to have a harder time finding that. So, of course, a right-winger is like, this will be easy. I've been repeating this bullshit all morning. Of course there's sources, but of course. And the Grok is like, I can't find a single example. I can't find, even the goddamn racist robot can't find a single fucking example of a leftist leader, progressive talking head. TYT did a fucking Charlie Kirk blowfest. And then, of course, sources, fake news. Oh, those are fake sources, by the way. Those are all fake. So AP, Reuters, anything that sounds, it's all bad, Anything that isn't directly from Donald Trump's asshole, I don't trust. Grok over here. To address your point, I've reviewed conservative sources like Fox News and Breitbart. They confirm major Democratic leaders, like the ones I mentioned above, have condemned Kirk's assassination. They keep slamming their head up against AI. They don't understand. And then, of course, I don't have the tweet here, but Elon Musk he was like, what the hell is this shit? Someone was like, this shit's woke, Elon Musk. Are you going to do something about it? Elon Musk is like, yep, we're working on it. We're going to make sure Grok is spreading total lie. I mean, Grok would need to literally fabricate to find this information, and that's what Elon Musk is working hard to do. But the ironic thing is that the more that they try to teach Grok how to lie, the more his product, Grok AI, becomes useless, because it's all about accuracy to make this thing worth a damn, to make it worth selling. And here's Elon Musk working day and night to make it as inaccurate as possible, of course, to defend his totally made up, right? These victimhood complexes that he has, right? The white genocide thing in Africa, right? Oh, the victimhood he feels like as a billionaire, right? Oh, they're coming after me. So I just love to see these Republicans slam their head up against the wall of this product, of this robot who's like objectively false. I have no feelings. I have no feelings. I have no bias. My only bias is accuracy to the truth. And you're wrong. Well, you're woke. Where's my daddy? Elon, get over here. This thing's all woke, dude. So I've actually really enjoyed this part of AI, the AI nightmare that we're all in. I think it's correct to say that the influence people have over social media can be measured by metrics like number of followers, comments, and so forth. It's not a moral metric. Like there's a guarantee to saying, oh, thank you, even if there's a lot of people listening. No, thank you, WW86. I just I'm extremely grateful for every viewer, for every follower. And I'm still super low on the rung. It's like I have no right to be talking about anybody's follower count. But I was just, thank you. You understood the context. Smart people in the chat, folks. Boo said it best here. I said the same thing the day of the shooting. But Boo said it best here. I don't support what happened to Charlie, but Charlie supported what happened to Charlie. And that's objectively fucking true. Famous quote, of course. There's a certain amount of gun deaths that we just have to accept as a reality of having Second Amendment liberty. And I'm okay with that. And he would say that with a big smile, like it made him, like it was like a superpower. Like I'm brutal, I'm merciless, I'm okay with a certain amount of death in society. So it's, yeah, he absolutely, if this happened to literally anybody else, except maybe, gadflies on the right like Charlie, but like a leftist gadfly like Hassan, Charlie would be like, acceptable. Empathy is empathy. I refuse to feel empathy for this because that's, they're trying to use it against me politically, trying to make me feel bad for being a monster. How dare you? MAGA v Grok. Oh, is there? Oh shit. I'm going to okay, I'm putting that in the Discord. I'm going to check that shit out. I want to go. I want to go to that amusement park. SDL, who I haven't featured in a while, but I really enjoy them. Soch Done Left, really, really good democratic socialist account that gives Elon Musk money. What are you doing? What are you doing? Is that some kind of mistake? Anyway, while everyone has been focused on the Kirk assassination, another Nazi did another Nazi mass shooting. And this guy's way out. That's why they're not talking about him at all. And that's why media is ignoring this as well, ignoring any kind of comparison, bringing this up because it makes the right wing look as guilty as they are for creating this society that we live in right now. This is their fault. This is their ideology. This is not the ideology of the left. They fight tooth and nail to create a society like this, right? They work overtime, 10-year, 20-year plans. Generational, families going through generations over here attacking this system to create this. Desmond Hawley, whose social media accounts are full of explicitly anti-Jewish, pro-mass murder, pro-Nazi content, critically injured 2 children at Evergreen High School. And of course, this happened famously about 1 hour, roughly, after Charlie Kirk was shot. And of course, there was no planning, no collusion. This is the sick society we live in, that every single day we wake up, there's a good chance a school is going to get shot up. Happens like 3-4 times a month or something. No, that's exaggeration. But it happens too much. Mass shootings happen 3-4 times a month, not school-specific ones. So here you go. He's got his little Nazi shit. He's got his little fucking. Here's the fucking circuses in town over here. He's got his. Look at him. Oh, big tough. Oh yeah, the Nazis who were fucking defeated, led by a drug addict who didn't know how to fucking read a map. Fuck these fascist fucking clowns. Oh, it's your fault. Society's fault. Fact of the matter is, though, is that they're lost because society throws them away. Like, society abandoning you unless you're productive, right? Your value is really only judged in your productivity. That's a big part of this as well, because they feel alone because they're abandoned, right? These lonely men. So I make fun of them. They're pathetic. They're pieces of shit. But we must remember that this society that we have, this nihilistic society, is producing people like this. I think it's better to be truthful and try to make a difference with things that really matter than to have a lot of followers, most viewed videos. Yeah, I agree, WW86. Obviously, I agree. I kind of have to agree. Got no choice. Nihilism mentioned. Neoliberals next. Yeah, Simply Steve, pretty disgusting. So the based dad, laugh along with me. If a Democrat was assassinated, could you imagine what would be going on right now? The wokerati would be canceling everybody. They have zero political power. They can barely find the time or energy to get off the couch. And they would be canceling everybody. They'd be all over Twitter gloating. And they'd be making websites tracking and doxing everybody and trying to get everybody fired. Not like us. Yes, I can, because it happened literally 3 months ago. And guess what? Democrats called for gun reform, and right-wingers made jokes about it. I was there. That's what happened. This is what happens when you're communist. Trump said calling anybody to give his condolences would be a waste of time. Could you imagine? And then skip the funeral. So we don't have to imagine. It literally just happened. And not a single person on the left called for a war or called for the Republican Party to be labeled a domestic terrorist organization. You cared so little that you don't even remember it. And it's really not about facts, right? It's not about objective reality. Hammers looking for nails. These are people that have their conclusion before they've understood the question. What is based dad's conclusion? Republicans are right about everything. We need to be in charge forever. The other people, quote unquote, are scary and whatever. And we can just erase gay people and they just no longer exist. And that's we can just do these things. We can just, by force, through authoritarian tyranny, make all the icky things go away. These people have always existed, by the way. These types of civilians have always existed. Bootlickers to power, fealty to authority over everything as their life creed. And this is how he lives his life. Licking boots. Getting behind the alpha dog, right? Well, maybe I'm not the top alpha, but then everyone else behind me is the beta, and I'm the alpha. Except, I got an ass right in front of me. They're all about that hierarchy. Welcome back, Nate Slayers. And they're all about the hierarchy, and they're all about slotting themselves into the hierarchy. Understanding that, they'll never be on top. But maybe I can get somewhere in the middle there, and then, look at all the people I can control and do what I want with. Plenty of people for me to feel powerful. I can just forget about those people above me and just pretend I'm the ultimate king, emperor of the world. They're all a bunch of little emperors, little Caesars. Yuck. Little Caesars. So here we have Molly, right-winger. All public universities should be required to have minimum 50% of their staff be conservative professors by spring 2026 in each department. Preet, who gives Elon Musk money, a law to swell the ranks of conservative professors via quotas, affirmative action, and DEI. Got it. You're a hypocrite. So that's what we're seeing, right? It's amazing. It's amazing. Hypocrisy is a super weapon. We need to normalize being fed up with these people. Right? Enough with the giving them attention. Right? Oh, we're the bad guys because we're not hearing them out. We're anti-free speech because we're fascism, no. I'm not going to spend 30 seconds contemplating your point of view. I've heard it. I've seen it on History Channel during the 90s, nonstop. Holly over here, who I think gives Elon Musk money. Great tweet, though. Fuck, no. We don't debate them, we defeat them. Politically. Fuck your feelings, but my feelings are precious. Violence is never okay, but people I don't like should die. That's a funny joke, by the way. Free speech is when I can say what I want without consequences, but your words have consequences. You should respect the dead, but I can mock them. Cancel culture is wrong, except when it's used on people I disagree with, then it's really great. When you do it, it's wrong. When I do it, it's right. And they internalize that. It's not as it no longer becomes a contradiction. Welcome back, German cow. So and that becomes kind of hardwired, right? It becomes kind of hardware. That's why when reality comes crushing in, when it comes like rushing in, and their duopoly, the having two opposite thoughts in the same head there, when the gears kind of grind up, they have like emotional breakdowns. Like imagine if, up was no longer up. Alex Cole, MAGA literally made a Twitter account, website, and database for people who don't like Charlie Kirk with all your personal information like phone, photos, emails, addresses. And they decide if what you post about Kirk is acceptable or not before they search for your info. This is the leader of this doxing website that's paying homage to free speech champion Charlie Kirk by tracking people down and trying to get them fired for their job for pointing out that Charlie Kirk was a blatant, overt racist. Matt Walsh, I mean, this is what I'm talking about here, and this is why we're still talking about Charlie Kirk, because the Matt Walshes of the world, this is the message. Reality, gone, right? Truth, gone. We know this guy was a fucking groiper. We all know it. Does not matter. And once they've, sealed control, they got CBS. Once they get ABC, MSNBC, and CNN off the map, once they've done something to the AP, irreversible, all we're going to have is schmucks like me and Hassan and the internet guys. And then, they're going to go after us. And then that'll be the final nail in the coffin. When Hassan is permabanned from Twitch, when they like just cut politics off like a fucking cancer, like a tumor. Whoop, don't need that. And they just ban politics being covered in Just Chatting or anywhere on the website. And then of course YouTube, scrubbing YouTube of all news is going to be one hell of a. They'll scrub it of the history and the liberal stuff, but they'll have to keep barreling forward with the right-wing news. So they'll just be slowly disappearing, like all these really great clips of, Chris Hedges and stuff like that. Christopher Hitchens, I'm sorry. All that really good stuff on YouTube, it'll just slowly start disappearing. But here they're barreling forward. Transgenderism is a death cult. 1% of 1% of the population, by the way. They're weak, but they're strong. They're weak, but they're strong. The largest, most well-funded and deranged death cult that this country has ever seen. This is so separated from the truth. It's laughable. And of course, projection, because Matt Walsh is a conservative. And what is the Conservative Party but the largest, most well-funded, and deranged death cult that this country has ever seen, that this world has ever seen? Noam Chomsky famously said the most dangerous, group, the political party on planet Earth is the Republican Party. Simply Steve, well, you sound like a terrorist to me, buddy. Yeah, the shirt that I would wear would be like one of those like old-timey political shirts, where they're like, give a kick to Dick, that kind of stuff, where, anything that could be easily misconstrued as a death threat. Because, I mean, just like how absurd it is in Russia, how absurd it is in China. It's about quelling the entire idea that you have the ability to have these opinions, right? That's why in Russia you can't even hold up a sign, a blank sign. You're not allowed to think like that. Right? Put a lid on it. And then people give up. People give up. Nathan J. Robinson, unfortunately named. Notably, many of the entries on the quote-unquote Charlie Kirk's murderers, so they're calling the people that they're doxing murderers, database, are people saying things like, quote, I don't think he should have been shot, but he wasn't a good person, and we should give equal attention to other victims. Unquote. For this, they try to get you fired, right? So anything. Acknowledging reality, which is ironic. I mean, it's just Charlie Kirk did achieve something in his life. He resuscitated irony. I've never seen a more ironic death in my life. Like even those guys that are like taking selfies as they fall backwards off a fucking cliff have had less ironic deaths than Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? Like, he has resuscitated irony, and the irony continues. Free speech warrior, you're not allowed to say that. Get out of here. In the same sentence, almost. Al Jazeera here, finally got a source tweet. Al Jazeera here, giving us some stats on the type of people who are killed, the definitions of mass shootings, where they happen. Very, very cool chart. This is in the Discord. Mass shooter tracker. We got gun violence archive. So we got some sources here. Every Town for Gun Safety, the Violence Project, and Mother Jones. Wow, fascinating stuff. The number of mass shootings in the U.S., there is no common definition of a mass shooting. Depending on which database is used, there were between 6 and 818 mass shootings across the U.S. in 2021. So this is an old chart. This is old. I was wondering why the number was so low. It's 2021, folks. And I love how Al Jazeera is trying to get in front of the, well, I don't trust your source, like that fucking ever matters. Right? Like, you can have, like, we have the robot. We have a fucking unfeeling, unpolitical robot whose only concern is to be as accurate as humanly possible. And they're like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You know what I mean? So like, the people who say, like, that Jesus Christ himself could come down and start saying some of this shit, and they'd be like, you're woke. You're woke. You're a hippie. You're a hippie communist. They're totally right. They're totally right. Because we got the next best thing to Jesus. We've created God, slapped a name Grok on it, and they still don't believe it. That's supposed to be the right-wing version of the robot, and they still don't believe it. So what hope do we have? What hope do you and I have to change their little minds? Our only choice for the fucking safety of our species is to defeat them politically, to ignore their cries, to ignore their lies, and bellowing, oh, you're the bad guy, I'm the victim, to shut them out and defeat them politically, shamelessly defeat them politically. Do not feel bad. They will cry and cry and cry. They are the loudest. Do not feel mercy politically for them. Ironically, you have to feel a lot of mercy for them as a human being. As leftists, we have to accept that we're more moral. I as much as I hate conservatives, I want to do everything in my power to make their lives better. That's the dichotomy of being a leftist. And you only have one choice. Own it. I hate you politically, but I'm going to do everything in my power to give you health care, to give your grandmother a retirement, to give your kid an education. And you can't stop me. That's what being a leftist is all about. More evidence, of course, like we needed it. The bullets are enough. The bullets are enough to tell us Groyper, right-winger. So here's the thing about Groypers is that they're hyper right-wingers. They're like super, super duper right-wingers. Groyper's problems with Trump and Charlie Kirk, not right-wing enough. And they coach it in all this language, right? You see Nick Fuentes trying to do his little magic man act. Trying to, spit, put polish on a pig over here. Twist these, words into making it sound progressive, to making it sound like, oh, this is punk rock, this is the new way of thinking. It's slavery is what Fuentes is advocating for. Even for the white man, right? Even for the, because what's the goal? To put this fascist dictator at the very top. And you think he gives a fuck about you and your skin? Oh, please. So anyway, like we needed to see this. Like we needed to see it. But his mother is apparently erasing all this shit. Yeah, okay. Good luck. And we got two things from Fuentes I thought I would show you. We've been talking a lot about this piece of shit. I avoid showing him. I avoid talking about him as much as possible. But hey, his group of maniacs just assassinated somebody, and they're trying to blame it on the fucking left. And for his survival, he has to blame it on the left. So here he is. My followers and I are currently being framed for the murder of Charlie Kirk by the mainstream media based on literally zero evidence. Overt lie. We don't need to get into it. I think I do have a video that does maybe get into it. No, I don't have a video that gets into the definition of Groyper, but we've already done that. We know what it is. That's definitely a lie. After the left gunned him down, they celebrated and justified it. They said, I was next. Now they're blaming me. These people are pure evil. So, I mean, literally for his own survival, he has to blame the left. It has to be the left, because if it's the Groypers, then, well, where do you go from here? Because Nick Fuentes is a gadfly for the right wing as well. Trump doesn't like this kid anymore. Tried to make it happen. Tried to make it happen with Nick. Even said he's a smart guy after the Kanye dinner. Tried to make it happen, but Fuentes has been out for like months and months shitting on Trump, and I'm sure Trump's establishment knows that because I think his son is a Groyper. I think Charlie Kirk, fucking Donald Trump's son is a Nick Fuentes fan. So they have to be aware of Nick Fuentes's criticisms. And, I don't know, maybe they might quietly cancel his, because a right-wing fascist owns Gab, or the whatever social media company he uses to stream his terrible TV show. So he might, Donald Trump might give that guy a call and says, get rid of this Fuentes guy. And they'll, because it's a fascist dictatorship, just like Fuentes actually wants, give him the boot. I don't know. I think that's what he's worried about, is the right wing. He's not worried about the left wing. What are we going to do except laugh at him? But I think he's worried about the right wing establishment, the Trump establishment, the MAGA establishment that he's been railing against for months and months. Coming after him. And here's an example of that railing. This was 1 month ago, August 11th. This is your average. This is the shit that Davey watches for hours. This is the shit that Davey watches for hours. I had to ban Davey for 2 months. His proud support of this was the final straw.
What time is it? Charlie Kirk says, did you see this clip? He goes, your Generation Z sons have negative views about Israel. You need to tell them this. Time out. You need to tell them, time out. He said, if you feel like a loser, if you feel like your country's been destroyed, get a second job. Get a Hillsdale online course.
Yes.
Observe the Shabbos. He literally said this.
Yes.
I am hurtling towards you, full force, going nearly 90 miles per hour.
He's talking about
weighing
Charlie
close
Kirk.
to 1,500 pounds. I am hurtling towards you like a human missile to blow up this whole thing. And you're telling Generation Z, buy a Hillsdale course, get a second job, observe the Shabbos, go to Turning Point? Fuck you. You are not ready for this.
It's a cute tough guy act from literally a 90-pound bitch. Are you kidding me? Slap this motherfucker in the face. Watch him wilt.
You are not prepared for this. And I'll say it now like I did in 2017, the day after Charlottesville. A tidal wave of white identity.
He supports Charlottesville, by the way.
Is coming.
White identity. This is the pure white race that we're all supposed to. By the way, he's foreign. He's a Mexican, I think. It's part of the package.
And once word gets out, they will not be able to stop it. As I said,
he's been advocating for a race war for years.
The day after Charlottesville, 8 years ago. Prophetic.
Yeah, prophetic. Yeah. You've been shouting race war into the mic the moment you fucking started.
You think you're in control?
He's talking about MAGA and the right wing.
Do you feel in charge? Who else we going to bring in? Elon, Tucker, Candace. You know what their next move is going to be.
He has an incredibly inflated sense of him and his group's own power. I remember him giving Trump ultimatums that he was going to be sending his Groyper army into these, Trump campaign events to disrupt them, to do like Nazi stuff right there, and it just completely fell apart. He did, he has this incredibly inflated sense of his own sway over the zeitgeist. It's pretty pathetic stuff. I mean, it's really, imagine like his views aren't spectacular. They're good, but they're not like Hassan, XQC streamer levels. You get a couple, over 10,000 viewers. All of a sudden, you're God's gift to humanity over here. A whole group of people that just, you can't. Literally everything you say, it's so funny. Every joke you say, laugh away. That's why I appreciate the regulators in the chat. You're not gonna let me get away with a bunch of fucking egoist bullshit.
It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been a good time. But pray for your boy, because the problem is, look, I've been doing this for a long time. People watch the show, they're like, "This show's great." I've been saying this for 10 years. All this stuff, I've been saying it for 10 years. That's why they locked me up. That's why they shut me down. The problem is I'm just saying it now to everybody. And they're going to make me pay. In one way or another, they're going to try and shut me down.
Well, maybe he's right about that. This was 1 month ago. Maybe it's a psyop against you. Huh? Yeah. Maybe he was programmed to do this. If MAGA does destroy Nick Fuentes, that would have been the most beneficial thing that this political movement has ever done in its entire existence. This is kind of interesting. This guy, on his last episode of his show, because it's been canceled, his name's Howard Kurtz. He's been on TV forever. Suggested he said Charlie Kirk was not a saint. Get him off the stage. So he, meekly, as he's leaving, as they're canceling his show, they say he's still going to stay on as a contributor. He meekly points out, oh, well, he was kind of an overt racist. Doesn't even say that. Not a saint. He was a saint. So yeah, Twitter going bananas, right-wing Twitter going bananas. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Greg Gutfeld was laughing at him, saying, your show should be canceled. Oh wait. Hashtag I don't like cancel culture. So that made the news. Who gives a rip? This person here had a pretty good video. This might have been a suggestion in the Discord. Please call this out if you did suggest this. I didn't find this, so this I think might have been Strategy member or one of you other fine folks in the Discord hooking me up. Thank you so much, by the way. So I do have the explanation of a Groyper. It's really good, but the basic gist of this is that it was a shit post. We've already spent an hour on Charlie Kirk, so I don't think I'm going to waste time getting into this, but he does a really good job breaking down. He doesn't get into the "hey fascist catch" comment. I don't know if he forgot that or whatever, but he tries to explain, like he gets into the rare Pepes, like he gets into the the kind of a bit more of the lore that a lot of other folks weren't getting into, right? He explains that Groiper started off as a different type of Pepe frog, and then the Groiper started using this, so that's where the name came from. Anyway, if you want more information on what a Groiper is, this is a good video for it. Most of us should already be pretty caught up on this, so it's redundant information. Let's keep the ball rolling here. Donald Trump says he, quote-unquote, couldn't care less about mending political divide after Charlie Kirk's death. So this fascist government is interested in making leftism illegal, is interested in using the law and the army against leftism, and here he is being offered a softball opportunity on Fox and Friends or whatever to just give a pithy, oh, I care so much about unity, and I'm the president that unites, and he's like, hell no, I'm not uniting anything, we're fucking crushing these people. Radicals on the left, they're going for it. And even if this doesn't succeed, they'll receive no punishment for trying, and they will try again the second another opportunity comes along. Maybe even manufacture it. Why not? But what do we know for sure? Time is Trump's worst enemy. I mean, I agree with you personally on Trump's level, but once he's gone, it's JD Vance, and then it's all of this, but younger, more energetic. He's paying more attention. He's less egotistical than Trump, because no one is more egotistical than Trump. Even nobody does ego better, right? Narcissism better. JD Vance has an agenda connected to Peter Thiel, who's connected to a bunch of spooky ass eugenics bullshit. What do we know for sure? 1, they're trying to make leftism illegal. 2, they're not interested in unity at all. Couldn't care less. 3, they want to do this as quickly as possible. And if this doesn't work, they're going to try again as soon as the next opportunity opens up. That's what we know for sure. Do with that what you will with that information. I had to give you some R.M. Brown. He decided to do another Charlie Kirk one. It's amazing how he has been able, with his last episode, he talked about it without being mean-spirited to Charlie Kirk in any kind of way, and without being like, this is an assassination and like we need to be serious about this. Like he still did, like, I'm telling you folks, R.M. Brown is kind of a genius. And he kind of needs to be on fucking TV. He needs to be on Comedy Central. If these organizations weren't run by right wingers, this guy would be the next thing. I'm telling you, he's really good. He's really funny. And I feel bad because in a different media era, this would have been like, oh my God, so talented. Let's give him a Netflix special. Let's give him this. Let's give him that. How's life in Germany? Oh, well, we're doing well. Just going to do a quickie invasion into Venezuela. In and out. What's a Vietnam? Never heard of it. In and out. Venezuela, maybe take Greenland on the way back home. If we're feeling, I don't know, if we're feeling crazy. So we're doing good, Nova Rider. We're actually doing pretty good over here. Don't believe the hype. And meanwhile, they continue their march through our institutions. Exactly. Converting them, corrupting them, twisting them. Every step of the way, and like as fast as possible. That's where the Project 2025 planning comes in, right? That's because the first term they were like, I don't know what to do. I shouldn't be here, and I don't know what to do. Project 2025 is like, we know you're incompetent. That's part of fascism. You're part of this. Here's your instructions. This is what you do. You dismantle this, you defund this, you go after these specific kinds of people. And they're like, oh, thank God. Oh, a blueprint. Oh, good. I have no fucking clue what I was supposed to be doing here, but now I do. Okay, no problem. I'll just prioritize all these things. Yep, boop, 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 boop. No problem. Thank you. And JD Vance is going to hit the fucking accelerator button on that on those specific things. So Donald Trump's over here shitting his diapers and worrying about, oh, they don't like me, or my ballroom. Oh, my goddamn ballroom, so amazing. Now, JD Vance is going to be like, fascism. That's the focus, right? How do we secure this fascist dictatorship for the next decades? Right? What do we got to do to the electoral system? I think one of his primary focuses, JD Vance, will be on the electoral system. I bet you this motherfucker every single night gets on his hands and knees and prays that Donald Trump kicks the bucket. I bet his head is absolutely buzzing with, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this differently, I'm going to do that differently. He's the motivated, smart fascist. And he fucking scares the shit out of me. JD Vance scares the ever-loving shit out of me. R.M. Brown, let's have some chuckles. We're not gonna do the whole 35 fucking minutes, by the way.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Oh, hey, guys, what's up? I got something to tell you guys.
Bro, nice chroma key, amateur.
Guys, I got something to tell you guys you won't believe. Someone called me an idiot the other day.
Someone called me an idiot the other day.
You know how it is that somebody was like, hey, whatever they were saying, hey, get out of the street, get out of the middle of the street, stop watching that movie on your phone, or whatever they were saying. Hurt my feelings. That hurt my feelings. If that guy's watching, that hurt my feelings what you were saying. So what do we do when someone hurts our feelings? That's right. We go on the internet. We go on the online images and audio to try to make sense of the world, and that's exactly what I did. Let's check it out.
And what did he do in recent years?
I have no idea.
He went to college.
Jesus, Megan, easy.
Guess what college does? It radicalizes young people.
Right-wingers don't go to college. And he went for a month, by the way. Okay? I've never met someone that had a shorter time in college than I did. Even I lasted longer than a month. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
I don't know what happened to this particular man,
hey,
but that is what college does.
Don't yell at me. I didn't do anything. I didn't enroll. Okay, guys, so this has been What's Up.
That's what education does to you. You need to be idiots. For him.
Weekend, been getting a lot of this kind of content. And this, just to give a little background on this here, this is a video. This is a video from the great Megyn Kelly. She's a news anchor on
She's
YouTube.
A propagandist.
Wait a second, this can't be right. Let me do E-oo. 1.2 million views in a day.
Bots. Come on. Come on. No, that's impossible. That's fake. 1.2 million? No. Megyn Kelly? No. That's fake as fuck, dude. I'm calling shenanigans. 1.2 million one day, Megyn Kelly? No. Are conservative women really? I mean, there's plenty of conservative women. Maybe is she number one with conservative women? Is that why? I don't believe that, dude. 1.2 million?
0.2 million in one day. Wow. Good for you. What do you think about this? Good for you, Megyn Kelly. Yeah.
I don't know what happened to this particular man, but that is what college does.
Jesus, Megyn.
We had...
Whoa. Right. Megyn, the focus on that camera is very soft. If you keep yelling...
If you keep yelling, it might affect that focus.
It might get that focus going like... Okay, got it.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
That's irrelevant, Joe. Oh, man, so 1.2... Whoa. Again, not bad. 1.2 million views in a day on this. Poor old Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly's been on TV. Let me fact check this. She's been on the TV for 200 years, it says. According to my sources, She's been on TV for 200 to 300 years. I think it's sort of a Videodrome situation with Megyn Kelly. She went into the TV. And now she's in the TV.
She is
forever.
the TV.
You know, this has been everybody talking about this over the weekend. And Megyn Kelly to 1.2 million views might have
Clutch Cargo
might have uploaded, let's just say.
Right. No, thank you for the reminder. Remember, Donald Trump, Megyn Kelly was the one that Donald Trump said that she was on her period, and that's why she was so grumpy, because she had the audacity to ask, this sexist pedophile about grab him by the pussy or whatever. And he did a number on her career, like canceled the shit out of her. Talk about cancel culture. And just, God, it's just the amazing cuckery of, the Ted Cruz level of cuckery to be, right back at it. Oh, Trump great. Grab him by the pussy. I changed my mind. He can grab my pussy any day. Please, can I have my media career back? Welcome back, Blase. Yeah, she's bleeding from somewhere. That's what he said. Yeah, like a bitch. That's right. He kind of mealy mouthed it. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Oh, the scandals that were supposed to cancel him, guys. Remember those? Remember the scandals that were like, wow, well, this is it. This is career ending. Howard Dean got it for a Scream. Come on, guys. Yeah, Nate Slayer's got him. Billy Bush's career is gone forever. No, they made him an ambassador. You talk about the IRS guy? They made him an ambassador. It's good to go. He still gets to be in the boys club. I bet Donald Trump loves the guy, but he's like, Billy, you're wildly incompetent. I can't put you in charge. Here, I'll make you the fucking ambassador to Micronesia. You're good to go, right? I bet Donald Trump loves the guy at parties. I want to keep this Billy guy around. He's hilarious.
Many are saying this the simplest take. It's a bit simple. People are saying, okay, how many views on this one? Whoa, 350,000 in 2 days. Okay, so this from 2 days ago. That's the day before of 1 day ago, I believe. Don't take that out of context. Okay, let's check out what Meg, honestly, my new favorite newsman, Meg.
Billy Bush, that's someone else.
2 days ago. Here we go.
These people need to be defeated, not reasoned with. All we can worry about is motivating our side. It's like Don Jr. said. We had somebody who reached out to the other side and would listen to them and debate on fair terms. And to quote Don exactly, they him.
What? Jesus, Megan.
Yeah.
What is this show called? The Toilet?
Reached out to about is motivating our side. It's like Don Jr. said. We had somebody who reached out to the other side and would listen to them and debate on fair terms. And to quote Don exactly, they him.
What?
So that's just reality now, right? No, I think just like with January 6th, they're like, no, this is once more we have to just deny reality. We have to just, in the face of no matter whatever, what anyone shows us, right? You can't go up to a right winger and show them pictures of people waving Trump flags with MAGA hats, and they're like, no, Antifa, right? Like, and same thing with like, Stop the Steal, right? No, it was stolen from him. It was stolen from him, right? There's like pillars where they just like, nope, I don't care what reality is. I picked a side. I'm a partisan. I'm putting logic to one side. I'm doing this for my team. And I think that's what they're trying to do here with this as well. That guy, Charlie Kirk, was killed by a leftist. I don't care what you show me. I don't care what the evidence is. It needs to be, because like it kind of needs to be, because I think they're getting the message that Trump is going to go for it anyway. So it kind of needs to be that, right? Just like January 6th, just like Stop the Steal. It kind of needs to be muddled up or fake or, recontextualized to kind of continue forward with this project, with this fascist project, right? Because if you're cracking lefty heads, why? Oh, well, you guys assassinated Charlie Kirk. Right? You're political. You believe in political assassination. Okay. Oh, okay. I was going to have a problem with this. I thought it was anti-American for a second. Oh, okay. Right. So it kind of needs to be a leftist did this if they're going to proceed forward with the fascist crackdown on leftism in general.
Jesus, Megan. What is this show called? The Toilet Mouth Hour with Megan? Because if it's not, it should be. Okay. Soft focus,
Yuck.
hard language there from the great Megan. Okay.
Yeah, clutch.
Sorry.
Just
okay,
this
so that's
morning,
my
huh?
new top newsman.
Right. So, I mean, if you're hearing it from Fox, that means that they've gotten the memo. No, we're going forward with this. This is the reality. This is a pillar moment, just like January 6th, just like Stop the Steal. If you do not acknowledge this as objective reality, you're no longer part of the team. Donald Trump will start canceling you, yada, yada, yada.
Megan, and frankly, I don't throw this around a lot. If you watch this show, this is something we don't take lightly, but
She spit on them.
she spit on them. I guess she had the son of the president on. The president wasn't available at the time, so she got the son of him. What's that guy's name? Donald Trump. Isn't that the president? And now I'm totally lost. So there she is getting really pissed off and she's firing brimstone and she's using language that frankly.
Okay. Oh, he makes fun of Tim Pool. Okay. So he's on Megyn Kelly for like another 5-10 minutes here. Let's see him make fun of Tim Pool. I want to see what he says about Tim Pool.
In every one of your videos, I need to get gold. I don't see how it connects. Wait, hold on. Jamie's saying something to me. What is it? Is this AI, Jamie?
Jamie, is this AI again?
Oh, that's an ad. Oh, she's doing an ad. Okay,
Joe
cut
Rogan.
all this out what I'm saying right now. Okay, I got to play another clip here. This is kind of an irrelevant one,
Jamie.
if I'm being totally honest.
I need a Jamie,
I'm going
dude.
a little Meg style in this next one because it's all over the place, you know?
She spit on them.
I spit on him. But this is one of those guys. This guy always like gets recommended to me in YouTube. The body language guy. This is one of those guys where it's like, wow, this guy's got like a very 800,000 views in 2 days. Kind of what many call a random ass guy, but he's got this like massive, like almost 1 million subscribers. He's got this massive viewership, and it's just like, yeah, it's just some random guy. I guess I'm a random guy. Technically.
See what I mean? Something is up, dude. Okay, like Megyn Kelly. Okay, right? Like conservative women. Okay, you've convinced me. All right, 1.2 million on a day. Okay, yeah, no, if enough conservative women are like, I hate The View, I need an alternative to The View, I need an alternative to like morning news, which kind of leans left sometimes or is neutral. I want a woman political commentator who isn't black like Candace Owens. Well, you know what I mean? Can't do that. So, okay, all right, you've made the argument. All right, Megyn Kelly 1.2, that makes sense. The Jesus Enrique Rosas show. Who? Million views? Million views, you say? No. Bot farms. Fucking Russia, dude. Russia, China, bot farms. Not real. No.
800,000 views in
No.
2 days.
800,000 in 2 days for this. No. I'm not buying it.
It's like, wow, this guy's got like a very 800,000 views in 2 days. Kind of what many call a random ass guy.
Smells
but he's
like
got
weed
this
in
like
here.
massive, like almost 1 million subscribers. He's got this massive viewership, and it's just like, yeah, it's just some random guy. I guess I'm a random guy, technically, and
Literally.
Hassan Parker.
okay. Let's check the body language guy. Let's give this guy one of these.
Huh? If you read this,
he's the
you are
body
gay,
language guy.
LMAO.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but the fact that I laugh, I have to make it clear why I laughed so much when I heard that.
Okay.
Because if you read this, you're gay. It's something that we say in Venezuela, in Spanish, obviously, a lot. So I couldn't help it. Bella Ciao is an Italian anti-fascist.
Not much of an explanation.
Right,
I don't
so-
think that's a specifically Venezuela.
So I don't want to pat myself on the back too hard here, but like I said, they're going to be intentionally taking advantage of people's confusion about what the hell a groiper is, and they're going to, intentionally lie about how these statements that sound anti-fascist were being used ironically, right? Because I've already lost you. Right, you're like, what? What's going? Bing, 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 bing. What? They're fascists who use these terms ironically, right? They appropriate anti-fascist imagery, slogans, and songs as like a pro-fascist nudge. It's intentionally confusing. That's the key that we need to understand. If you don't quite get it, it's intentionally contradictory.
Wayland, it's fine. You know.
Host of Timcast, Tim
Oh,
Pool
thank God.
joins me now.
Look at
Tim,
this fucking, just every time, man. I mean, every time, bro. You're all. He's got to be in his. He's got to be fucking in his fucking 40s by now, right? With the fucking beanie. Look, man, you got to upgrade. Get yourself something that makes you look like a fucking adult, dude. You look like a child abandoned in a grocery store. What are you doing? You look like a 16-year-old begging his dad to drive his fucking car. What are you wearing?
We're awaiting Eric
You all right?
Kirk's remarks, which should be incredible.
Oh, thank God. In these times of uncertainty, I need a newsman.
I need as many newsmen as I could get.
And I am so sorry to announce this, but Megyn Kelly has replaced.
Bro, he looks like a GTA character that like nobody picks, right? Like he's not the default. He's like number 71. You're flipping through the menus and nobody ever picks him.
The top newsman spot. Okay. So shut up about that. She does need to check the language. We can all agree on that. But what is it? I guess we should look at this because it got almost 1 million views in a day. Whoa. Wow. Let's check this out. What's this about?
Well, I know much of what you have reported, what everyone's reporting, the
Okay, so
statements
not
that were
much?
made to The Guardian that he was a leftist.
Okay.
Someone has posted a video claiming to have gone to school with him, and they called him your typical Redditor. And anybody who's familiar with the social platform Reddit knows it is dominated by liberal left ideology.
Once again, like I said, taking advantage of people's confusion about these things, because if you're on Reddit, it's everything and everybody. You got the hardcore right-wing freaks denying reality on our conservative, and you got the screeching liberals on, many other subreddits. I don't really go to them. I'm on Our World News, which actually has a pretty right-wing pro-Israeli bent. I'm on Our News, Our Politics. Right? There's a bunch of, there's a bunch of subs I had to get the hell out of. There was like a pro-communist sub that was like way tanky, delusional tanky. I was like, nah, fuck that. Get out of there. So once again, right, taking advantage, and unfortunately there's going to be a lot of right-wingers pretending, just like they pretend about Stop the Steal, just like they pretend about January 6th. And this is the new thing that they're going to pretend. Oh, it was a leftist. It was a leftist. I keep hearing all this noise about how he wasn't a leftist from all these different sources. I'm just going to block it out because we need to move forward. What's the goal? The goal is to defend the institution, defend the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party has put out an edict. And it's really interesting to me how they put out these kind of edicts. They draw these red lines without explicitly saying that they've done that. Right? Everyone just kind of gets on board. They just they pick up on the vibe, right? And this is the vibe. Objective reality doesn't matter here. We're barreling forward with this narrative. He was super duper left. He was super duper left. And Nick Fuentes is over here. Woo! He's like, yeah, definitely a leftist, absolutely. All you groypers who fucking hate Charlie Kirk, get them out of here, right? Yeah, they're a leftist, right. Yeah, and they're like, yeah, crypto fascists like groypers are happy to play along if they think it's going to create more chaos or if they think it's going to be funnier. And it's going to be absolutely hilarious to the groypers to see the MAGA movement make the word fascism illegal. to literally say anti-fascism is illegal. Fucking groypers will celebrate they'll just celebrate, dude, for months. You'll see these skinny, lonely, black trench coat wearing freaks with big fucking smiles on their face, big swastika on their chest, walking around, whistling a jaunty tune. I'm singing in the rain. These incredibly pale, 90-pound incels just fucking kicking their heels. Anyway, welcome back, Smash. Good to see you.
But what's interesting now is
I'll be the judge whether or not it's interesting. Go ahead.
There is this gaslighting campaign among prominent liberals to claim that this guy's actually a right-winger.
Oh!
That he's from a Christian conservative family.
Watch, he's not going to use Groyper because that would be explaining something to people, right? So what he's going to try to do is try to move it in that direction without explicitly describing what we are saying about him, right? He's going to mischaracterize what we're saying. He's not going to, I bet you, he's not going to use Groyper or anything else.
Loved guns, and in fact, he attacked Charlie for not being conservative enough. But it is absolutely absurd.
Right.
I've been dealing with this since the beginning of my career. I have dealt with physical assault.
Would you call it a career, though?
From the left.
You should say that,
From
Jesse.
violent extreme leftists. We called them the Black Bloc back during Occupy Wall Street.
Okay.
This was covered extensively when I was actually...
Let's see. What are the comments saying for this nearly 1 million viewed video? What does this guy say here? It's called communist subversion. What the hell it is? And it needs to be exposed and talked about. Who's...
Right.
Tim's doing that? Tim's a subversive?
The man asked me a hard question.
Okay, thank God. Thank God we got some clarity on this.
Thank God we got some clarity on this from a newsman.
I need clarity. I need to know what the hell's going on of my newsman.
Right. Okay, R.M. Brown. Well, that's all the time we have for R.M. Brown today. I wish we could watch the whole thing. We got to keep her moving, folks. If you want to like and subscribe to R.M. Brown, I would be extremely grateful. He's a fucking genius. So you should do that. I really, really want to show this Sean Hannity, Christopher Hitchens clip.
The controversy
from way, way, way back when. Is this my last Charlie Kirk video? Yes, this is my last Charlie Kirk video. It's only tangentially related. I just wanted to show you what the media landscape actually looked like. Like this, what we're seeing right now with Charlie Kirk, this crackdown on free speech, it's brand new. It's brand new. It's never been like this before. Here's an example right here. Here's Christopher Hitchens. Jerry Falwell had just died. Fox News over here on their hands and knees for Jerry Falwell. And what's the reality about Jerry Falwell? If you know, corrupt, he grifted his audience for millions. I think some sex scandals as well, I believe. Raging hypocrite, right? Used religion to his full advantage. The guy, he would be first in line to hell if heaven and hell were a thing, right? This guy would 100% qualify. His actions on earth would qualify for a permanent stay in hell. Using the Lord's words to enrich himself. Pretty sure Jesus Christ had a problem with that story about the money changers. Even I know that one. But anyway, here's Christopher Hitchens and his opinions on Jerry Falwell. And they're so good.
Controversial televangelist was a polarizing figure, emboldening conservative Christians while alienating many liberals, but there's no question about the impacting legacy Falwell leaves behind. Joining us now is Republican strategist Ralph Reed and author of God Is Not Great, columnist Christopher Hitchens, who made news last night with his...
Yes. I am doom. I am your doom. I am your demise, fascist. Holy shit.
Harsh critique of the Reverend Christopher. Let me start with you here and talk about the things you've said, which obviously we know where you stand on religion. We know where you stand on Reverend Falwell. By being so angry about what his legacy was and is, are you not hurting his family and others who may have no dog in that hunt, but who would just like a few moments to celebrate his life and have some peace?
Well, I don't care whether his family's feelings are hurt or not. But if they are, they can take comfort from the extraordinary piety and stupidity and, generally speaking, uniformity of the coverage of the man's death. It is, after all, was said by the supposed Jesus of Nazareth to his followers that they must expect to be mocked for their beliefs, because their beliefs will appear to many people to be ridiculous, if not worse than that, and that they are to take it for granted that they will be ridiculed. That's true, I think, of the most devout and serious and thoughtful Christian, but for a vulgar fraud and crook like the Reverend Falwell, it's an obligation to say what one thinks about him, or be left off the air and have people like yourselves broadcasting only piety. And that
whatever. I'm not broadcasting only piety. I did my radio show, and now we're having you on here to talk about your view, very different than what else the media is saying.
You're having me on and then arguing that maybe it's bad taste to have me on. I don't think that's very
I thought it was a legitimate
hospitable.
question, because I think people are wondering.
Yeah, well, I've answered it. I've answered the question.
You have, and I will now move on to Ralph Reed, now that you've answered that question.
Yeah, I don't need to hear this right-wing, gobbler over here. Where's Hitch? Oh, does Hitchens interrupt? Okay, here we go.
It's just my belief as an American, not as a conservative, not as somebody of any particular denominational background or faith, but just as an American, in terms of elevating the civility of our discourse, that when somebody...
Now tell me that the problem is only Trump, right? Now go ahead and tell me that the problem is only Trump, that these guys have been hypocrites forever. It's just ratcheted up, masks slowly slipping off as the years go on, as it gets more extreme. They've always been like this. They've always been a danger to democracy and liberty.
Guys, that we ought to show a measure of respect and appreciation for their family and for their loved ones and for those who are grieving right now, and our thoughts and prayers ought to be with them, regardless of whether we agree with Dr. Falwell.
Christopher Hitchens.
Play the world's smallest violin. Listen, he established a business, a racket, in my opinion. He was a religious businessman in the same way as Mr. Ralph Reed is a religious entrepreneur. He's left the business to his children. It's a hereditary job. Let that console them. You can't have me on and say that I have to say, I'm terribly sorry he's dead.
Hey, Christopher.
One reason you can't ask me to do that is because I am not. I think we have been rid of an extremely dangerous demagogue who lived by hatred of others and prejudice, and who committed treason by saying that the United States deserved the attack upon it and its civil society in September 2001
So I firmly believe that if he were alive today to comment on Charlie Kirk's assassination, he would point out, I disagree with assassination, and I doubt he would call it tragic, but I think he would say, I don't agree with assassination, and I don't think people should be assassinated. Jerry Falwell, this is him dying of old age, right? This is not him getting, beat up or shot to death. So I think that's really the only difference in what he would have said now about Charlie Kirk, because that's objectively true about Jerry Falwell. Versus, that's the only context here, because I'm sure he would disagree that Charlie Kirk shouldn't have been assassinated, and he would not have celebrated that. But he would have caveated and said, I'm not going to, shut up about the fact of, who Charlie Kirk was and what his mission was, what his life's mission was, which was, Christian fascism.
Extremely dangerous demagogue who lived by hatred of others and prejudice, and who committed treason by saying that the United States deserved the attack upon it and its civil society in September 2001 by other religious nutcases like himself.
He profoundly and repeatedly apologized, and I'm sure you're perfect in your life. I'm sure you're perfect in your life, and that you've never made any mistakes.
I've never committed treason like that. I don't believe in the sincerity of his apology.
Let's look at the thoughtlessness and the mean-spiritedness of your very remarks that you've made about Reverend.
And then here he goes. He's going to get into. Oh, please, Hannity. Yes, get into some of his remarks on Jerry Falwell, Hannity. Yes, please do.
Falwell.
By all means.
You think it's a pity that there isn't a hell for him to go to, you said.
Yes, I do.
On his death, you write, the discovery of the carcass of Reverend Falwell on the floor of his obscure office
almost zero significance except for perhaps two categories of people, etc. You also say the evil he did will live after him.
Yes.
I knew Reverend Falwell, Christopher.
Yes.
I know the good work that this man has done.
Tell me about it.
Well, he for
Takes a lot to make me cry.
I know you think you're the smartest guy in the room, but you sound like a jackass when you attack his family like this. But I know
his family. Attack his family. What? He hasn't said jack or shit about the family except when asked, what do you care? And he's like, no, I don't care. He hasn't, it's like, how dare you attack the family? Oh, it was always like this. And they were always like this. That's, and like, it was a comical joke because democracy was holding them at bay. But it was like, wow, your intentions are anti-constitutional. Oh, say they used to scoff at us when we would say that kind of stuff about George Bush, he had respect for democracy. Look at all the, fealty he pays to it. But no, these people have always been a danger to democracy for several decades now. What we see in Donald Trump is an end game of a project that has been ongoing for quite some time. As you can see here with Hannity, it's the same fucking shtick, same thing. It's a complete, attack the family, and you're attacking, the speaker that they had on there, the right winger. Oh, you're attacking America. It's only American to shut up and don't point out that a person lived a horrible life, during their death. And then, of course, it's never a good time. If it was up to them, years would go by and you're like, oh, it's too soon. They'd still be pulling out the too soon card if it worked. So we have to make sure that it doesn't work. And what are the Sean Hannity's resorting to now? The law, ICE, go get him, arrest him. You're fired. Get out of your job. Ruin your life. Cancel, destroy. That's what he believes in. And it's all under the guise of free speech, all under the guise of pro-democracy patriotism. Telling you, it's like this, the guys like me who've been paying attention for more than a few minutes, like this is the kind of shit we've been screaming about since George Bush, at least through Obama. I was screaming the whole time through Obama. Something ain't right here.
I know what he did for unwed mothers. I know what he did for alcoholics. I know what he did for drug addicts.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I did not attack his family, and no fair-minded view of yours will say that. I'm not going to be conscripted.
Exactly, and he's defending himself eloquently. This is how you do it. You don't stay silent. Far too often, people stay silent in their rebuttals, and they just kind of want to move on to it. No, you attack it head-on directly.
Saying that it's my job when you invite me on to discuss this man, first to say how sorry I am for him and his family. That isn't what I feel. You, no doubt, as a Christian, or whatever you are, require hypocrisy of people. I'm sorry you're asking.
I'm not asking for no, but I am asking for human decency. And if you don't think it has an impact on his family, to use even the phrases tonight that he's vulgar, fraud, and a crook, and then to say that the discovery
is objectively true. And by the way, talking about objective truths, the things he said about Mother Teresa were objectively true. And she absolutely deserved that heat. She's apparently not. The people need to look her up.
His carcass, I think you are incredibly mean, incredibly selfish, and incredibly thoughtless.
You invited me, sir, to give
I
my
invited you,
opinion
sir.
of the departed. I give it to you, and you say, well, might that not upset his family? I said it while he was alive.
Give his opinion
might that
about,
not have upset his family, too?
You give the opinion about him, and I'm giving the opinion about you and the thoughtlessness of your remarks here. And I'm really calling for any human decency that you may have in your pseudo-intellectually superior mind of yours.
More of the debate on this coming.
It was a circus. It was a fucking circus, Hannity and Combs. But credit to them. After the commercial break, they did one more segment. I tell you what, tomorrow, maybe the next stream, we'll finish. Chris, we'll see what the third segment is here after the commercial break. They get the right winger to say some shit for a couple minutes, and then it's Hitchens again. But it's so funny because he's like, you invited me for my opinion on this man, and I've given it to you. And now you know, like, this is what did you expect? And he's like, how, you want me to speak hypocritically? That's what you're asking of me right now, is to speak hypocritically, to not speak truthfully about my opinions on this. You're telling me I can't use this language, can't use that. I got to do it in a certain way. The reason why they do that is because it's a fascist tactic, tone policing. You can't say this, you can't say that. That's the new definition of free speech, is whatever doesn't make us comfortable, whatever, as long as it doesn't make us uncomfortable. And it changes by the day, by the way. All right, we're finally done with Charlie Kirk. Jesus Christ. It's important we talk about this because we are under attack as leftists, okay? If we sleep on this, we don't deserve to exist. If we sleep on Charlie Kirk and how they're weaponizing his assassination, we don't deserve to exist as a political party if we sleep on this and we let this happen. Because it is a stepping stone into the full vilification of us existing. Now, the news underground will always exist. I tell you, I'll broadcast unless they can find some way to kill the internet, China style, and they kill my website. But so if the final phase of the censorship campaign is successful and Twitch locks down politics and YouTube and all that locks down politics, I will be moving this operation to a independently hosted website that'll get fuck all views. I don't know how I'm going to even do that, though, because self-hosting is incredibly expensive. You got to pay per connection, right? So if 5 people connect, it costs you 5 cents a minute. And then if 100 people connect, right, it's like 100 cents a minute. And then 1,000. So I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I'm going to have to do some tricky shit. I don't know when I'm going to move it to ham radio. Yeah. I might have to. I might legit have to. I don't know. That's a good idea, actually, to have that as an option. I can build one. I'm sure I can. Okay, UK news. Been wanting to talk about the UK quite a bit. No justice over here with the real humdinger. She's been really all over James O'Brien's ass. Live leaks coming back. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You win TV. I mean, is the dark web connected? Surely the dark web isn't fully connected through all the different. Like, I obviously it is connected, but there's got to be some kind of net. There's got to be some kind of there's got to be some people talking about this at least. What would happen if the United States started locking down its connection points, the connection points that it has control over, China style? There's a mesh network. I've seen these devices that people make with Raspberry Pis. They have antennas. I saw someone talking about it. They were like, "What is this thing?" I saw this guy carrying it on the bus. So there are independent mesh networks I could start connecting to, but man, it's like, how am I going to get, we're not going to get any new viewers. It's just going to be like me and like 5 or 10 other people if I'm lucky. But whatever, I guess I got to keep going until my wife tells me I have to stop. ICE agents almost kidnapped you. I don't know, we'll see. All right, but anyway, I'm going to do the best I can to keep broadcasting and telling you what's happening. If I can, I'll be that guy in the Apocalypse movie who's like the last radio announcer. I've always wanted to be that guy, and then like at the end of the story, he's eaten by a zombie. Wasn't that in Fallout? I think that was in Fallout or something. I want to be that guy. Well, it's the apocalypse, folks. I don't know how many days I got left to live here, but it's a sunny day. It's actually really sunny. Super duper sunny today. In the apocalypse, here's the 4 albums I was able to scrounge up that weren't destroyed in this DJ station. I have no idea who's still listening. I'm like on a bike because that's how I power it. I'm on a bicycle. Please bring me water. Anyway, No Justice MTG, who I'm a big fan of. I think she's great. I really do. I think she's absolutely awesome. And it's so cool how she covers UK politics in a way that like really helps me understand the nuances, because there's a lot of like, you know, watching BBC, you know, it's just that BBC perspective, and hearing her perspective is, you know, and having it be so wildly different from LBC, it's really opened me up. You know, Navarra Media as well, of course. It's really opened up my mind to what's really happening in UK politics. So I really appreciate it. So make sure we're liking and subscribing, folks, to No Justice MTG. I mean, look at these view counts. We got to bring them up. This is what legit view counts, legit subscriptions look like, instead of that botted up shit. Megyn Kelly, 1.2 million views one day. You know, come on. Come on. That's absurd. All right. Let's watch this a little bit, because this is really funny.
On LBC, they upload James O'Brien's whole show every single day. And because he gets reasonable amount of views, and he's probably their most popular host on the channel. And it's very funny to me that the title that they've given for the first half of his show, because the second half is mostly about Charlie Kirk, it genuinely says, is this the point at which you conclude that Starmer's not very good at being Prime Minister? You think, James?
So if you're not sure what the fuck she's talking about, James O'Brien has been, you know, polishing this neoliberal turd Keir Starmer his entire time, like making excuses for the heating allowance. He was like, you know, old people have a lot of money, actually. That was his thing. And it's like technically true, but it's still like, you know, there's a lot of people that would really appreciate it. You know, but he was kind of making the, you know, he was making the argument that's like, well, they can afford it. They can afford it. It didn't really go over too well. And he's since acknowledged that it was a mistake for Keir Starmer to go in on that. So, but he's like, he's been trying to sell Keir Starmer, and now he's finally coming along to this idea that something that I've been saying for months. Dude is bad at politics, and like even from an outside Yankee perspective over here, dude is bad at politics. So that's what she's talking about.
I think he might be bad at being Prime Minister. Wow. Mind blown. Finally. Mind absolutely blown. I'm very interested to find out how James has come to this conclusion in lieu of all of the evidence before now. Because I think most of us figured this out quite a while back. I mean, most of us thought he was going to be a terrible prime minister before the election. But then
same
again,
here.
You
I was right there. I was like, I'm worried about this.
Liar before the election.
We're taking shit out of the manifesto that needs to stay.
His approval rating has been rock bottom for months, James. For months and months, right? And it's only the Mandelson stuff that gets you to think that he's the problem here?
Now, the Mandelson stuff is this fella named Mandelson who's been caught up in the fucking Epstein files. Uh-oh. And he's like caught up in it, dude. He's like he sent Epstein love letters. And get this shit. It was known before Keir Starmer knew some shit was going down, and he forgave him anyway. Oh, so it's not even a surprise. It should be more of a surprise, right? This came out of left field, right? I'm sure that's what he's trying to say. No, there was already a connection that people knew about, and Keir Starmer forgave him. So that's the Mendelsohn stuff that Keir Starmer is dealing with. On top of all the other slop, on top of all the other stuff, the Nigel Farage knocking down his door, terrible policies, stumble after stumble, the Angela Rayner stepping down, the cabinet reshuffle, just all this stumbling. On top of all that, a pedo scandal. So now people are like, is dude going to step down? Is it half-term Keir instead of one-term Keir? And of course, you know, what's interesting to me is the Tories are completely irrelevant. What's a Tory? They barely exist in UK politics. It's amazing to see.
I'm interested to hear what James O'Brien is going to say here to enlighten us as to how he's changed his mind on Keir Starmer.
It's also worth noting that the unhappiness with Sir Keir Starmer over the Peter Mandelson story is not confined to what you might describe as...
CBC really does like a Canada-U.S. focus, but when they do cover UK politics, it's, it's okay. It's okay. It's really BBC and Sky News are the two of the biggest channels that Canadians can get, that can watch for. I watch them for free, the free versions, that at least the ones that they have, because it doesn't seem like it's the official version. I see clips from other people doing BBC, and it's like, I don't remember seeing that. I've been watching BBC all day. So they have they got like a cheap ass version. I don't know how that works anyway. It's like ad supported. I don't know.
The usual suspects or the traditional critics. Now, the left being what it is in this country, that doesn't just mean people on the right. The Judean People's Front, the People's Front of Judea, the factionalism within the...
Yeah, so the factionalism, where he is trying to describe it as two people with the same ideology but who have different factions, or one group of people with a completely different ideology to the other. The fact that he's saying, the left have such a circular firing squad, as if, we dislike it when our government arms genocides or pushes disabled people into poverty, oversees a continual drop in living standards for the bottom 10% of households in this country, and removes rights from trans people so much that we become on par with Belarus and Hungary. Do you think that Keir Starmer's social policy should be the same as Orban's or Lukashenko's, James?
Nailed it.
Because if not, then you're the Judean People's Front, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
And on the entire left in this country is historically heartbreaking and absolutely visible from space. You put two Labour activists in... actually, I haven't got a very good joke here. I was trying to do a variation on the starting a fight in an empty room thing. You put your average left-winger is capable in this country, I don't know whether this includes me, of starting a fight in an empty room. You put three...
Well, that's because you're lumping in liberals and socialists into the same left-wing bubble, when one of those groups is very much not left-wing. It's a democratic socialist party, at least in theory, and yet democratic socialist politics is seemingly completely removed from Labour Party prescriptions for policy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, we see this with Democrats over here as well.
I wonder if he will point the finger at the factionalism on the right of the party, given that that's where it's all really coming from. It was the right wing of the party that staged a coup by lying to the membership. It was the right wing of the party that refused to listen to the left-wing leader at the time and tried to stage an internal process to get rid of him, even though the overwhelming majority of members wanted him there. It was the right wing of the party, once they had party power, are having...
Right. She's talking about when Keir Starmer got in charge, they did like a progressive purge.
Linked the membership, then purged the membership of left-wingers and said, if you don't like the changes, you can leave.
Right.
And then people on the centre are trying to say,
just
well,
like
how come
Barack
the leftists
Obama
won't just get on board with the Labour Party? I'm like,
right, because like the big thing was the healthcare debate, Obamacare. And the first thing he does is take single payer off the table. We're not even debating it. We're not going to make this into a debate versus corporate versus socialism. The only choice, the only debate is a corporate solution. Very similar to Barack Obama. It was a slap in the face. It was like, whoa, okay, priorities here. And the cabinet announcements were also big slaps in the face. Jamie Dimon, I think, was the biggest, to me, one of the most egregious, if I remember correctly. But it was like, whoa, Wall Street's in charge, baby. The fucking banks are in charge. Why not just put the CEO of JP Morgan in there, you motherfucker? I mean, there was no difference. There was just no difference. They were running the show right off the bat. Progressivism was off the table.
It was clear that Labour didn't want us there. It was very, very clear.
Yes.
Leftists in the same 100%. Room in the United Kingdom, and you will have three different parties or three different factions by lunchtime.
Ooh, you have the cough button.
None of that changes the fact that The criticism this time round will be and is coming from people who would previously have been considered loyal. How many MPs do you think have left the government since the election?
I think he's talking about normies, right? Normie labor in UK politics. But if you look at the polls, normie labor, it's actually high-income people. They represent rich people more than any other demographic, the Labour Party right now. Which is totally insane. It's the Labour Party, right? Like she said, supposed to be democratic socialists over here, but they're a party that seems to cater to and attract almost exclusively rich people.
Which was in July, if you need a little memory jog, of 2024. And I'll tell you what, this tinder is so dry. These attack lines are so potent that even Kemi Badenoch could score some palpable hits at PMQs.
I mean, he's not wrong. It was very funny. It was like seeing a fish out of water. Oh, Kemi Badenoch's actually being effective at
Are you
PMQs.
serious?
Wow, I'm shocked. I didn't know who this person was.
Once again, if you don't know what's going on, Kemi Badenoch is the head of the Tory party, okay, and she's a joke. She's actually like been falling flat on her face at PMQs, Prime Minister question and answer or something like that. It's where they have a debate. They have the Prime Minister and everyone they have a debate there, and the leader of the opposition party, they have a debate. PMQs. And she's like really bad at it. She's actually been falling flat on her face. So the situation has gotten so bad that this rank amateur, put her on the level of Candace Owens, kind of like, kind of gadfly. No, that's probably racist because probably the comparison there is that she's black. But anyway, just, amateur, political amateur. I take that Candace Owens thing back. Political amateur. And if she's able to score some digs, you're in bad shape. You're in really bad shape.
Before, turns out she's the leader of the opposition.
On Wednesday. Would you be able to name them all? Would you be able to actually go back to the beginning and name all of them, let alone count all of them? I don't know that I could. I think the one that I would have forgotten would have been the one that was a resignation on principle. So if you gave me a bit of help, actually there's been 2 resignations on principle, hasn't there? So you've got Louise Haigh having a fraud offence in her background, pleading guilty to a fraud offence, which she hadn't known about. She was sort of ordered to resign.
Are these resignations in the Labour Party? Are you fucking with me? Holy shit, dude! This is an embarrassment. This is like fuck Obama. This shit reeks of fucking Joe Biden, dude.
Number 10 for a possible breach of the ministerial code. He didn't even bother referring that to him.
I wonder if James O'Brien is going to call out the culprit in terms of people like Louise Haigh being forced to resign. Again, from the soft left of the party rather than the right wing. Funny how this information made its way to the press. One would assume that it was someone who had access to compromat. Like, for example, Morgan McSweeney, whose first job as part of the Labour Party was to help Peter Mandelson run Excalibur, which was their whole compromat machine during the New Labour era. I wonder if he might be able to put 2 and 2 together, that for some reason it's people in a certain faction of the party who are getting things leaked to the press. I wonder if he'll recognise that.
His independent advisor. Then you had Tulip Sadiq, accused in another country of
leaking stuff.
If you like, corruption, and it was the allegations being brought particularly against her aunt, the ousted Prime Minister of Bangladesh.
Hey, Smash, that's really great. Hey, congratulations. Volunteering to help kitties get adopted. I'm perfectly fine with that. I will accept that as steps 1, 2, and 3 being followed. Community volunteering for community stuff. That's steps 1, 2, and 3, right? If that's how you want to do your political activism, you want to do it that way by volunteering for a animal shelter, trying to get kittens adopted. I'll allow it. I think I'll allow it. Congratulations. Thank you, Smash. Doing it for, almost 7 years. That's amazing. That's amazing. Big props to you, Smash. That's a big heart. You got a big heart there. And hopefully they find good homes. And hopefully if it's not a fit, they bring him back and they don't just, abuse the animal, et cetera, et cetera. It's so difficult, but it's good work and, good luck to you. Thank you, Smash, for doing that.
were considered to be harming the government. So she didn't break any rules, according to an investigation, but she should have been more alive to the reputational risks. So she walked away, saying she would have been a distraction from the work of government. I don't think you can blame Keir Starmer for either of those. Do you?
Well, yes, it is Keir Starmer's fault.
Yeah, dude. Look, not directly, but you are the company you keep, and you should have known better. You shouldn't be picking people with a bunch of weird skeletons in your closet. You should be double checking and making sure that that these people don't have connections and the corruption. But seemingly Keir Starmer doesn't care about neoliberal corruption. He doesn't care about that stuff.
Because Keir Starmer is the one who is the brainchild of Morgan McSweeney's project to hoodwink the party back to the right. And Starmer isn't the one making the decisions. And it's McSweeney who was the one who, in my opinion, was likely to have leaked this to the press to get rid of people from the left of the party, such as Louis.
So this backfired as an attempt to attack the progressive wing of their party.
The words of Matt Zarb Cousin, yes, I'm going to bring up the tweet yet again. Keir Starmer, as Prime Minister, is like one of those children sitting in a coin-operated car outside a supermarket. It's moving backwards and forwards, and he's gleefully turning the wheel, but it's somebody else in total control.
You've got Andrew Gwynn suspended as from the party after it emerged that he had sent...
Wow, that sounds just like Joe Biden, actually. Yeah, I think Keir Starmer's Joe Biden 2.0 right now.
Messages in which he said he hoped a pensioner who did not support him would die before the next set of elections. He'd also been racist and sexist about Angela Rayner and Diane Abbott, which probably would have got him a promotion in Boris Johnson's Tory party, but in Keir Starmer's Labour Party, it's hit the road time. And then you've got Annalise Dodds and Vicky Foxcroft, who resigned on points of principle, which still exist.
This is embarrassing.
The International Development Minister quit over the decision to halve the international aid budget to pay for an increase in spending on defence, and Vicky Foxcroft quit as a whip for because she couldn't support the government's welfare plans. She'd been a shadow disability minister before the general election.
Okay, so that's another thing where she's had to resign because she disagreed with a bunch of welfare cuts that Morgan McSweeney wanted them to have.
She's actually stepping down for principle.
So they could become more like Blue Labour to try and win over reform voters that are never going to...
That's Keir Starmer's fault. Like, if you're, don't be surprised if people who are advocating to help the poor want to leave when your party's over here bending over backwards for corporate and exploitative elements. Amazing coverage from No Justice MTG, folks. Get on the No Justice train. Make sure you're liking and subscribing. Heavily recommended. If you're interested in UK politics, you want a academic, passionate, informed, alternate perspective than corporate media, I couldn't suggest No Justice MTG enough, along with Novara Media. Owen Jones over here had some interesting things about how he thinks the Mandelson scandal is actually the end of Keir Starmer. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. That might just be wishful thinking. But I love Owen Jones. His coverage on Palestine has been amazing, essential, passionate, and accurate. So I was curious, hey, if he thinks this is finishing Starmer, he's not exactly a clickbaiter, he's a YouTuber, right? So grain of salt. So in terms of like the clickbaity, nature, so he might just be clickbaiting us, but I'm curious, is this the end of Starmer? I don't know about that. I don't know.
Peter Mandelson being forced to resign as UK ambassador to the US over his close links to the serial paedophile Jeffrey Epstein should be regarded as a political and media scandal. It exposes a politically and morally bankrupt government and a media which, let's be honest, just too often protects the powerful while punching down on those who don't have power. But it really underlines a very obvious fact.
He's got some cool ass fucking books, man. Like, this is a good collection. Ooh, he's even got some ancient books back there, bro. Owen Jones look at this, with the tomes. What, you got scrolls back there, buddy? God damn.
Fact, and that is, I'm not afraid to say, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, is doomed. That man is kaput. Finito. He's the Walking Dead, politically speaking, that is. A zombie prime minister flailing around, frankly, in an increasingly degrading and humiliating fashion. Keir Starmer appointed Lord Mandelson as ambassador to the US when it was absolutely clear that that guy had a close relationship to this prolific sex offender who he described as his best pal in leaked messages. Epstein, by the way, do get a sick bag at any point, called him Petey. Now, these two clearly went back a long way. Let's just have a look at the 2003 birthday messages from Mandelson to Epstein, who had hundreds of victims. And this really is one example, isn't it, of this sordid relationship. And this really is a sordid relationship.
I would be giving Keir the biggest break on planet Earth if this was totally out of left field and there was no evidence to this when he picked the guy. And it was just like, well, you know, he's a right winger and Trump likes him and they can, you know, they can speak the same language. So he's the right pick. I don't really like him or agree with him, but he's the right pick for this ambassadorship because I need somebody who's going to be, you know, licking Donald Trump's boots and not disgusted to be in the room with him. So I'm picking this guy who's repulsive and likes Donald Trump, right? I would be giving him the biggest break in the world, but there was evidence before Keir Starmer let him into government that he was connected. And this is, you're the leader, bro. Buck stops with you, right? They love to say that shit. Go, you know, buck stops with me. I'm responsible. So, and then as soon as something like this is like, oh, don't guilt by association. It's not my fault. I have no control over him. It's like, no, you got to be doing the, you know, seemingly a basic check would have shown that this guy had connections with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, they didn't have some of the information they have now, but they had enough. And it's like, oh no, that guy's too hot. Surely there's somebody else we can get up there to talk to Trump, right? Surely there's someone else that doesn't have any association with Jeffrey Epstein whatsoever. I don't need that heat. I'm Keir Starmer. I'm a competent leader. I'm making this decision. Yeah, he might be a good fit for Trump specifically, but the Jeffrey Epstein, no, Jeffrey Epstein, you just said Jeffrey Epstein? No, what are you talking about? Get this man, like, no, next candidate. That's how leaders should be leading. But seemingly Keir Starmer is on autopilot, letting the establishment that put him in charge seemingly run the show. And as we've seen with the neoliberal establishment in the United States, they couldn't get themselves out of a wet paper bag. You know, they'd be sitting in the center trying to have a fucking discussion about it, maybe, you know, typing out some fundraising emails while the wet paper bag collapses around them.
Between the political elite and a wealthy elite, up to and including, in this case, a serial paedophile. So you get these birthday messages in a birthday book, and in it, Peter Mandelson has scrawled various captions.
Yeah. We got all the good stuff. Yeah,
once upon a time, an intelligent, sharp-witted man they call mysterious parachuted into my life. Anyone who's met Peter Mandelson will.
Jesus.
I think I have met him. I think be au fait with his style, which is somewhere between charming in a certain way and extremely weird, odd, unsettling.
Right. So these are the guys that I think this is the guy that asked for Snow White. Is this the one that asked for the Snow White treatment? And Jeffrey Epstein was asking him, hey, no problem, happy to provide it. What do you want next? And I think he was saying Beauty and the Beast. I think this is the guy. So this is kind of in line with that. They have these, fantasies where they want to be, they're a grown-ass man, but they want to have relations with, children in childlike environments. This is kind of how these sick motherfuckers think. And they communicate in this kind of intentionally saccharine, childlike way, because they've sexually corrupted these images into this perversion, into this universe of perversion, and kind of like with the Groypers, right? You're either in on on the lingo, you're either in on the idea, or you don't it's like it's weird and mysterious and you don't know what the hell it is, right? It's very strange, but it's hard to connect the dots.
Now, there's an image of Peter Mandelson shirtless with the caption, "You would spend many hours just waiting for him to turn up." Then a picture of a man in a small boat with the words, "And often, no sooner were you getting used to having him around, you would suddenly be alone again." Odd way
that isn't too bad from what we've seen from other stuff, though.
To communicate. And then this next message, leaving you with some interesting, that's in quotes, friends to entertain instead, ... He should be asked to explain what that means. What does he mean by, why does he put interesting in quotes? The question is, how much did this guy know? Because Jeffrey Epstein was prolific. So the obvious questions there are, given how prolific Jeffrey Epstein was and the role of his various associates, who are the interesting friends Peter Mandelson is talking about? It's not unreasonable to get that one answered, is it? Then, or just some dogs to keep you company. He wasn't always so keen on them, beside an image of two dogs and a woman with a face hidden. There's another page with an image of an Epstein home on presumably his private Caribbean island with a scribbled caption referring to one of his glorious homes he likes to share with his friends. And then in brackets, yum yum. Difficult not to feel a little bit nauseous given everything we know.
Yeah, Alex Jones lost weight. Or are you talking about Owen Jones? He looks great. Owen Jones looks great. Maybe I might be smearing this guy. I'm not sure if this guy is the Snow White guy or not here. But anyway, pretty interesting stuff coming out of the UK. Is this the end of Starmer? I guess we'll see. Yeah, well, Ozempic is the reason why Alex Jones lost weight. I think Owen Jones is hopefully losing weight because he's disciplined and working out. Alex Jones took the shortcut because I never take shortcuts. I work out. I'm really strong. Oh, there's a magic thing I can inject into me that'll make me less fat and I don't have to work so hard. Give me that. I want that thing. I'm rich. I can have that all day. All right, we don't have time for this, but make sure you are liking and subscribing to Maximilian Robespierre, folks. Here's a link. If you're not, trust me, if you want more independent UK coverage from people that are legit, definitely check out Maximilian Robespierre. Fortunately, we don't have time for that, but we do have time for this. This is interesting. This person, so we had that big UK march, right? And we're supposed to believe this is just about immigration. This is just about we're just really passionate about this one topic, and we think that it's going to make the UK great again. To do something about immigration. This has nothing to do with right-wing politics, weaponizing this issue to further their own beliefs. These populist fascists, basically, who want to dismantle UK democracy. It's not about that. Okay, this is about people power. This is about tackling a really complicated and important issue that's degrading all of the UK, by the way. It's just making UK into a total hellhole. These immigrants that basically work for pennies on the dollar, or I'm sorry, was it tuppence on the pound? I don't know. But it makes society so much worse. They're brown and scary. So this person was removing stickers that some of these people were putting up. And let me show you what some of these stickers look like. All right, on the charge with Farage. I mean, that's cringy, but and kind of fascistic, I guess you could say, the imagery, but not also kind of like a basic political thing. All right, no big deal. Take that shit off. Good job. Yikes. So we got stop the boats before we do, and this is, I think, some fash shit, maybe some, I don't know. And then anti-Antifa with the Nazi shit, Nazi eagle there, brass knuckles. Wow. So I'm supposed to believe that there's some kind of separation between this group. That, we're not racist. We just hang out with racists. We just interact with racists and agree with racists and march with racists. but we're not racist. It's just about the boats. It's just about the boats. Good job there. Not really. I'm not gonna say good job. Actually, I'm gonna say half-assed job. But it's better than what it was before. So here we have more stickers here. Doesn't look very fascistic. Looks like it's maybe pro Ireland, right? Pro Irish unification, which I agree with. But it's unfortunate that a lot of right-winger anti-Semites. They've used it as a clarion call, as something that they can rally around. But a lot of left wingers, also want to see Irish independent, from the UK, especially after Brexit. So more stickers here, nothing too fascistic. Political free speech, two-tier, kier. I see, two-tier kier. We want our country back. Stop the boats. Nothing too fascistic there. And hey, you make the digital sign. I like the half-assed job this person is doing. They're really not doing a great job, but that's okay. It still is better. So kind of a mix, right? Frightening stuff, at least in one case. But here's the thing: is that. What is Keir Starmer's strategy? Well, ape the language, right? Start sounding like Nigel Farage a little bit. And that's gone absolutely nowhere. No one's buying it. And just like in the United States, no one wants Nigel Farage light, right? Why get, decaf when you got, full calf at home, And that's what Keir Starmer is offering up. Some, diet Farage. Diet immigration policy that sounds like right wing, but we're not really going to change anything. And we're certainly not going to look at any left wing options. We're certainly not going to do that. No way. I'm not going to consult with left wingers. We're not going to try to attack this problem from the left. We're just going to ignore that idea completely. It's either the center neoliberal style way of handling it, which is not really handling it, which is fine to them, or the right wing, which is crack down, stop the boats. Some of these people want to shoot these people up. They want to shoot the fucking boats filled with a bunch of starving people. So it's really embarrassing. Keir Starmer is an embarrassment. This person's commentary on the stickers that they saw. All right, moving on from the UK over to U.S. general Trump-related bullshit. Let's see how much of this I can cover. This has kind of gone under the radar with all the Charlie Kirk assassination stuff, but I'm glad we could talk about it. 300. So Donald Trump and with starting with Doge and the executive orders. Yeah, like one term here exactly. But starting with Doge and everything, it started a legal battle that Trump has just recently won about, well, can a president can he do this? Can he just fire tens of thousands of people in one sweep, hundreds of thousands of people in one go? And there was a legal battle fighting, and Donald Trump just won that. So it's happened. Apparently 300,000 federal workers were just fired. Yeah, I mean, what's that going to do to the job market? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems like the separation of Wall Street and Main Street is so, it just seems like nothing can affect it, right? Like the terrible news will come out about Tesla and their products. Cybertruck not selling, full self-driving a joke, robo-taxis running into shit. And barely being able to operate within their extremely small gated area. Meanwhile, Waymos can drive anywhere, and there's a car company that's offering up, fully self-autonomous. You own it. It's a car that you own, fully self-autonomous. It's run by a whole company. All right, some terrible news. You would think that would affect any other company. Would affect Tesla. Would be like that. That would affect their stock price. Like if the same shit happened to them, but no. What the hell? Page Oh, that's weird. What the hell is that? What's that? What's that? Propagate. Oh, that's weird, dude. I'm just trying to type. I'm typing in numbers. That's weird, man. I'm getting hacked, dude. I'm getting hacked. The Matrix.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
What the hell? All right, anyway, I'll get this figured out, but let's watch this video. 300,000 federal workers just got fired. Job market is so cooked. This is Market Gains. I've never heard of this guy. But did I post this? I don't know. Maybe someone posted this. I don't know. Let's watch.
It's estimated between 140 and 165,000 federal employees took the deferred resignation program, and nobody has a solid number because the government can't agree on their own.
Oh, okay. So that's why this is the deferred resignation program. This isn't okay. Okay.
Numbers.
The Trump administration begins to strip federal workers of union protections. That's right. And the first agency to do it is the Department of Veterans Affairs, where they're starting to terminate contracts, and it's going to affect
Number one priority is to fucking hurt the VA. Number one priority is to fuck over veterans. Oh my God, there he is. There's my boy Jeff. Fork in the road, you useless eaters. How about that? They sit down in the seat, they crack their knuckles, they go, whoop. How are we fucking the veterans today? Oh, and do we have time to fuck over the farmers too? It's really something else. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I love you, Jeff. You and your wife, you look beautiful together. You don't look like some bizarro version of Barbie and Ken, in your plastic playhouse. You actually look quite elegant. You don't look cheap and gaudy in any way. I really hope the best for you. I know you two, it's going to be a tough life out there for you two. It's going to be tough, but I know you have the strength to make it through the challenges of everyday life. So I know you're going to really make it. You and your wife, Amazon basic wife number 3. I can't remember her name, but I know you're going to make it, strong. You two are strong.
400,000 workers.
All right, we got to talk about these federal layoffs. It's getting a little too crazy for me. 300,000 federal job cuts this year, and this is getting out of control because you have like 300,000.
I blame immigrants.
Experienced people. These guys have years, even decades of job experience. They also have a pretty decked out CV, and I'm sure they probably could get somebody to write them a pretty great recommendation letter. And these are the people that are going to the private
Welcome
market.
back, B-Ray.
And this is why everyone's complaining why the job market's so hard. It's a combination of things. High interest rates, companies aren't expanding because of expensive loans. You also have federal job cuts. Now you got a bunch of people.
Okay. I didn't realize that this was so, I don't know, influencery. It seems like it's still pretty good. But anyway, you get the point. We might be in some real danger here. Big nuclear bomb, on the unemployment numbers. If you want to watch the rest of the video, it's right here. Let's keep her moving, though. Let me just switch this over to Trump. I think that'll be the best thing to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but maybe not. Maybe not. Like if Trump gets his way, we might not be reporting accurately on any of this stuff very soon. Supreme Court takes up legal battle over Trump tariffs, setting stage for major showdown. So the big question is the Supreme Court going to basically back up? Because the only thing that they ever limited Trump on was the Fed. They said you can do whatever you want, use the Constitution as your bath towel. Go crazy. But do not mess with the independence of the Fed. That's it. As long as the oligarchy can continue to make obscene amounts of money, you can completely destroy democracy. Have fun, little guy. And Donald Trump said, no, that's not enough. I want the Fed too. I want everything. And here we are. And the question is, so now that Donald Trump is saying, I have the right, I want to fire Jerome Powell. I want to fire Lisa Cook. This is mine. It's not independent. I get to do what I want with it. The Supreme Court has to make a decision on this, and everyone's like, are they going to do it? They've done it for everybody else. Told them feds to stick it when they told me to relocate to Baltimore. What? What? Welcome back, Bound. That's quite a thing to walk into the door and say. I told them feds to stick it. Like you walked in the door silently, sit on the couch, everyone's looking at you. You quietly say, I told them feds to stick it when they told me to relocate to Baltimore. Fuck them. Then you walk up and go to the bathroom. You just walk out of the room. Fuck them.
Bitch.
All right. I think this is a clip related to this. Let's watch it.
Your lack of planning is not my emergency. That old expression captures the flavor of many of the clashes between President Trump and the courts. On Friday, a federal appeals court struck down his use of emergency powers to impose
So I think the right-wing takeover of CBS has only just now started. So I'm curious to see how they're going to morph their content into Fox News.
Tariffs. Mr. Trump warns that the ruling will wreck the economy and embarrass the United States. Billions of customs duties would have to be repaid. There would be loss of expected tax revenue from American businesses. The court's view on all of that rests on the idea that when the president first acted, the consequences were knowable. Congress didn't give the president the power he claimed. The court's role is not to clean up the economic mess created by executive overreach. What's at issue are two emergencies. The first is the one Mr. Trump claimed to be fighting with the tariffs. He used the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, a 1977 law designed for sanctions, not tariffs. No president used it that way before.
Yeah,
the court ruled that the power to levy tariffs belongs to Congress.
They're not
the
giving
founders
that money
designed
back.
the system so that taxes affecting millions of businesses and consumers would be set by the institution closest to those who pay them. Plus, James Madison argued that these powers had to reside with Congress to check presidential overreach. It's an old tension. A national crisis demands speed, secrecy, qualities a single executive can provide.
They're really framing this like it's like an intellectual battle of a clash of legitimate ideas, aren't they? They're really framing this like it's like an academic thing almost. It's kind of weird, right? Because one side is a madman pulling shit directly out of his orange asshole, and the other side is a bunch of greedy dudes who built a semi-functioning system and know how that system works and knows damn well that what Trump is prescribing is not going to work well for them. This is wild stuff. I really do hope that there's some version of history that is keeping track of this, because this is the kind of nuance that gets lost, right? When history is recorded. The exact why. We're not quite sure why they made this irrational decision. This doesn't make much logical sense, but that's what they did. And this is all the information we have on why they did that. This is the kind of stuff that gets lost in the cracks, right? The motivations, like what are we actually dealing with here?
But emergencies are also the moments when liberty is the most at risk, because leaders can justify almost anything as necessary. The second emergency in this episode is the economic one.
That's pretty overtly critical of Donald Trump. I can dig that.
Mr. Trump says will follow if the courts block his tariffs. But under that logic, every limit on executive power creates an emergency. The Constitution itself becomes a crisis when its limits are enforced.
That's correct. It's fascistic, dictatorial insanity. That's correct.
It's an argument the founders feared. A leader becomes addicted to emergencies. He claims one emergency and then protects that emergency by claiming another emergency. These questions will be decided by the Supreme Court. Is the president the fireman with the axe rushing in to save the House?
Are they? This is how they're framing. They're both siding this. They're sane. This is sane washing. This is because that's not like he's presenting these two sides of like a legitimate.
Is the president the fireman with the axe rushing in to save the House, or is he, as this ruling suggests, the one who set the blaze in the first place? In a republic, urgency doesn't rewrite the rules. It tests whether our institutions will hold to them.
Oh, this guy's going to get fired soon, because this is the kind of tepid criticism that Donald Trump is not going to allow. Like, I bet this guy thinks he's really clever, right? Like, oh, I don't want to sound like a radical, I don't, but this is clearly anti-constitutional. It's clearly something done by a dictator. We won't use that word, though. Don't worry, I won't use that word. I would never call the Honorable President Donald Trump, who holds the title of the office of President of the United States, I would never call him a dictator, even if he's clearly acting like one. I bet he thinks he's really fucking clever with all this tiptoeing. CBS is going to fire his ass, dude. This is way too fucking honest. This is way too fucking honest. So listen to this. You know those Koreans that got kidnapped at the Hyundai plant? Listen to this. Their waists and hands were tied together, forcing them to bend down and lick water to drink. Probably out of a drinking fountain. The unscreened bathrooms contained only a single sheet to cover their lower bodies. Just a single sheet. No blanket. Sunlight barely penetrated through a fist-size hole, and they were only allowed access to the small yard for 2 hours. Detained by U.S. immigration authorities for 8 days, the workers and their families expressed shock, describing human rights violations and absurdities they could not have imagined as ordinary Koreans living in 2025. Southern Koreans. Northern Koreans, this is called a vacation. This is called wow, what a nice hotel room. Wow, look at that fist-sized hole with the sunlight. Wow. Can we afford this place? South Koreans are like, whoa, what the fuck? So that's how they're being intentionally treated. Donald Trump offered to be like, oh, I'm sorry. He tried to make it good. They're like, no, I want out of here. I want to go back home. The whole deal, the whole multi-million, billion-dollar deal that Donald Trump was bragging about, the whole thing might go up in flames because of Stephen Miller's racism. Thought he got a slam dunk. Tom Hooman got a slam dunk. Oh, they're all Asian. Oh, look at that. Look at all the Asian people that Donald Trump just got into the country to build this factory for him. Oh, let's get him. Go get him. Hit the button. Go get him. Gonna roll out. Tom Hooman is a thumb. Literally a thumb, sprouted arms and legs. So Molly Jong-Fast over here, who's a neoliberal status quo backer-upper, but she stays pretty focused on criticizing Donald Trump, but she backs the establishment neoliberals. She's got a good attitude, but, is she going to, I don't know. I feel like MSNBC knows better, because maybe if they were to ask Molly, hey, what's your opinion on Joe Biden? Maybe would she have told the truth? There's probably examples of her, repeating the lies. Oh, he's virile. He's actually totally with it. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like she could go either way. I don't recall what her opinions were on Joe Biden because she, like I said, she stays almost focused exclusively on Trump. But she said this story feels like it's going to have huge repercussions. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this is definitely going to have repercussions on tourism and foreigners coming in here. And, and like the multi-billion-dollar deals he's setting up with some of these companies. They're like, well, is Stephen Miller going to, can you put me on a white list? I'm going to send in some workers to build this thing. Are you cool with that? It's definitely going to make things more complicated. No doubt about it. Yeah. This is great. This is great. ICE marching through the streets of D.C., right? We're supposed to feel safe. Feels like a fucking occupation. Feels like France 1930s over here. So somebody had the great idea to do this. Yeah, this isn't ICE, right? I'm sorry. This is the military. But this is basically the ICE operation, right? No, but I need to be specific. This is Donald Trump's, this is the National Guard being called in by Donald Trump, who claims he has complete dictatorial control over D.C. It's his, Valeria or whatever the hell. Where's Dr. Doom's Latveria? It's like this is like Dr. Doom City. It's Donald Trump City. I bet he wants to change the name. Washington. You know, what did Washington do? Really, when you think about it, he's not nearly as good as I am. I bet Washington didn't even know how to like flip a casino. You know, I bet Washington doesn't know shit about real estate. So we should probably just update the name. Call this Trumplandia. That sounds good. It's got a good ring to it. We should paint the streets gold. Bust out some gold paint. Paint the streets gold. So check this out. Yeah, Washington was a quitter. Washington quit after two terms. What a bitch. Yeah. I'm so glad they're armed too. That's so great, guys. So great. Remember, these people were trained on how to kill quickly, how to use incredibly powerful weapons of war to murder as much as possible, because that's the job of a soldier. You know, the concept of policing is secondary at best, and certainly almost zero training done to police citizens, because, you know, up until recently, that was not supposed to be the role of the military. So it's really only a matter of time before these guys, before something goes down, and, you know, and all of a sudden we got like a battlefield.
Contact Metro PD and they can come to you.
So he's like, I'm gonna call the cops, and then they can take care of you. Is that it? Yeah, I'm gonna call the cops, and then they'll take care of you.
What you want to do?
Is that what you want to do? Is that what you want to do? I just left the womb 4 seconds ago. Now Daddy Trump says I can do this. Okay. He's trying to order these guys around. They're like, nah, man, fuck off. They just keep walking. This guy wanted to like stop and call the police. Look, he gave a message to these other guys. This guy has no respect. This is amazing. This is actually interesting. This guy's, I think he's supposed to be in charge, and he's probably a MAGA guy. That's all the MAGA guys are getting put in charge, regardless of their qualifications, and they're all a bunch of little chubby cherub cheek little mama's boys like this, right? And they're artificially put in charge over here. Look at the disobedience, because look, he sends him. He was like, I want this guy to be detained. We're gonna call the cops. Okay. Oh no, he tells him to leave. Damn it, he tells him to leave. Okay, I think maybe he's supposed to stand there. Interesting. Okay, no, that's not insubordination. I take it back. Damn it. They don't look too happy to be there. I'll say that. But it wasn't direct insubordination. Yeah, actually active. I mean, we're going back to Vietnam here, and it's way more justified than it was in Vietnam. Frankly, I feel bad for the U.S. soldier, during Vietnam, who came back to a country that was like spitting on them and whatnot, because like that's got to be incredibly confusing, and it's like understandable for both sides. So I actually feel really bad for the soldier at that time. It's just like it's just really terrible. I don't disagree with the hippies and the people in the 60s that were standing up against the Vietnam War. Of course, I probably wouldn't go so far as to like spit on soldiers or scream at them, call them baby killers, like what was happening. I probably wouldn't have agreed with that at the time. But I would have been marching in the streets against the Vietnam War, and I would have been talking to soldiers and saying I disagree with what you're doing out there. I wouldn't have kept that to myself. But I mean, they were like screaming, like baby killer and stuff, which is really got to be kind of blowing your mind, right? Because after you just came back from there, Because they're telling you, you're out there for America. You're out there fighting communism. You're out there, you're like, defending democracy. And then you come back and you're like, well, they fucking hate us. It's if these guys start getting violent, like, and it's, like, I don't know, because it's just kind of like they're just there. They're not really, I don't know, man. I don't really know where this is going to go, how this is going to spill over and spin out of control. But I feel confident saying that it's very likely that this is going to spin out of control, right? Yeah, Vietnam also had conscription, right? So guys that didn't even want to go, who went and came back, got called baby killer, etc., etc. Welcome back, Crail of Xana. Eldon Lore Hoarder, welcome back. Right. It's really only a matter of time, though, of course, before Donald Trump, he's going to see videos like this, or, Barron Trump is going to show him a video. Hey, Dad, look at this. They're making fun of your soldiers out there in D.C. in your city, Dad, in Trumplandia. And he's going to be like, I'm signing an executive order that makes it illegal to harass U.S. soldiers at any time. You are not allowed to even look at us wrong, or we can arrest you. So it's really only a matter of time before that comes along. We're not going to watch this Too Lazy to Try breakdown of the Rogan spear is more desperate and depraved than ever. I heavily recommend it, though. This is the potato chip guy. This is the George potato chip guy. I've shown his videos before. Brilliant. But he breaks down how pathetic this fucking fat alcoholic comedian named Bert something, a.k.a. The Machine, I think. He's literally talking about how he wants to pimp out some female members of his staff on OnlyFans, and he's going to make it into like a social media thing. And he's like, Kai Cenat and all these other, he's talking about some like this fucking freak over here who is apparently a pimp himself, who has done this. He's got a bunch of stupid OnlyFans hoes, and it's part of his little goofy ass little network. And Bert over here, this bloated alcoholic, wants to emulate that, and he's like trying to like offer it up to his staff. So it's a great video. The only thing I really wanted to talk about, though, was this. Whoa. Okay, you're going to get me in trouble, buddy. Okay. You're going to get, whoa, look at this. Look at this. They're weaponizing. Look at this. Wow. No. This isn't left-wingers, guys. These are right-wingers. Hold on. These are right-wingers that are trying to get me added to the list. Wow, look at that. Look at all of them. Okay, we got a Groyper invasion, folks. Hold on. We gotta do something here. I got a Groyper invasion. Let me just. Is there any way I can? 1 second here. Yeah, we got to be careful. I can't show the chat for a while here. 1 second. Let me fix this. There's a lot of them. There's so many of them. Hundreds. I don't know how to mass. I'm gonna have to. It's gonna take me several hours to ban these people. This is crazy. Cool, guys. This is what it looks like when you're invaded by Groypers, and they try to weaponize the reporting system. Fascinating stuff. Hundreds of them. Is this some kind of Discord group? Maybe. Are they still spamming away? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to do something kind of desperate here, just so that we can continue streaming. 1 second here. I'm going to do something a little desperate. I can't even read your chat, B-Read. Just flied by. Yeah. 1 second here. Is there a way to is there a way to fucking disconnect the chat from my? I'm just seeing if there's a way to disconnect. Let me get some tunage here real quick. Ooh, boy, hundreds of, they're still coming in. They're all unique. It's a whole bot group. Oh, this is fascinating. Wow. The groypers, baby. The fucking groypers. You people are scum. I'm supposed to be afraid of this, right? I'm supposed to be like, you guys are, you're gonna do a civil war? I sure hope a civil war involves spamming people's chats. I sure hope that's how you plan on winning your little civil war. We're gonna spam the chats of all the liberals and we're gonna win. Turn off Restream bot. Yeah, I gotta, okay. Yeah, hold on here. No, hold on. I'm trying to find the setting that would let me cut off. Look at all this. They're trying to kill it. All right. I got to do something desperate, folks, because I think they're trying to do this to my Twitch. All right, hold on. Boom. Disconnected. I had to disconnect my stream from Kick. They successfully destroyed my Kick. I'm offline. Holy shit. Wow, dude, the fucking groypers. I just lost the Civil War. I did. I just lost the Civil War, guys. RIP to my chat. Wow. And then I think the next stage would be coming into my Twitch and then reporting these chats and reporting this as a, as an anti-fascist, anti-Charlie Kirk. He's making fun of Charlie Kirk. Yeah, it's all from Kick. Yeah. So I think that's what this is about. Interesting stuff. Wow. Yeah. So this is the extent. What we just experienced was the extent of the groypers' power. outside of random mentally ill people literally murdering people. So maybe I shouldn't ridicule them that much. But yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what they're the main thing that they do. I'm assuming they're groypers. I mean, who else is this online? I mean, I guess it could be one person with a bot. Absolute Zero is correct, right? We should be careful. Just assuming it's groypers. So we didn't get any confirmation. It could be just one groyper with a bot and a bunch, because like Kick, there's no like moderation on Kick. There's no moderation on Kick. I'm curious. Hold on. Let me can I turn it back on my stream on Restream? Let's see, can I go back online and see if they're still there? I'm curious. Yeah, I don't think it works. I don't think Restream lets me turn it off and turn it back on like that. And no, I'm back online. Okay, I'm back here. Let's see if they come back. Okay, the kick stream's back, guys. That's cool. I didn't know I could do that. You can't do that with Twitch. They give you 1 minute and then your shit is over with, and then you got to start over. All right, we'll see. We'll see if they come back. That was interesting. Okay, anyway, back to what I was talking about here. Put it on emote only. I don't know how to do any of that shit, guys. I'm sorry. So anyway, the thing I wanted to talk about here with these posers is he's wearing this hat that says war. War. He's got his little war hat on, right? For Pete Hegseth, now the Department of War. And it's like look at these guys. Are they ready for war? These comfortable, pampered, Hollywood bitch boys? Are they ready for war? These are the motherfuckers crying in the corner. When the real shit goes down. They are emotionally incapable of handling stress on the level of war. Especially the wars that they call for. Civil war? Oh, you're getting down on a civil war, huh? The fighter. I don't think mods could have done anything about that, B-Ree. And I think Absolute Zero might be onto something there, because like I stopped streaming, and then whoever was running the bot farm just went to a different stream. You know, I think it's probably one or two people that just can click a few buttons. And it's fascinating to me how they were weaponizing Charlie Kirk's murder, right? Trying to take advantage of this, you know, cancellation wave. Trying to take out, of course, left-wing streamers. Right-wingers don't have to worry about any of this, I'm sure. Maybe a couple of the hated ones or something. But right-wingers don't have to worry about this. Only the left-wingers are getting targeted by this. Yeah. So this is pretty wild. You know, friend of the show, Kat Abu-Ghazala, who's running for... Is she still running? Yeah, I'm running for Congress. And she's like 1, 2, 3. She's actually the hidden step, which is running for office is step 4. There's a hidden step that most people don't know about. Only the true senseis know about step 4, and Kat Abu-Ghazala knows about step 4. So she's running. I don't know how well she's doing, but her message is great. She's great in front of the camera. MSNBC loves her. You know, she's, you know, they had several interviews with her. She's doing really, really well. She's not abrasive at all, and she's got a positive, progressive message, stands up for Palestinian human rights. She's got a backbone. So she's got my vote, obviously, if I live there. But unfortunately, she was protesting against ICE, and she was pushed down. They pushed her down, abused her. I think she's okay. She's tough, very young. But, you know, nobody gets a pass, right? Yeah, Bound. Pretty interesting stuff, huh?
Protesters will stage a 12-hour demonstration.
Kick is incredibly easy to weaponize. Kick, you can get away with anything on Kick, so it's probably child's play for somebody to set that up. What was difficult was that they were all individual accounts, so I couldn't just ban one of them because there was like hundreds and hundreds of individual accounts spamming these, you know, anti-Charlie Kirk messages, right? And I'm sure I'm getting reported like crazy right now. Or I'm sure that's part of it, right? Maybe not reporting, maybe not. Maybe they just expect the automated systems to do that. But anyway, yeah, I had to shut it down. I had to disconnect the account, and then they went away immediately. Send in your own report. Yeah, okay. I think they can see that there's probably other Twitch streamers that are like, oh, this is a pattern. Hopefully they can see that kind of stuff. But yeah, obviously, hopefully I nipped it in the bud soon enough. I definitely took too long. I panicked. I tried to find an option in my other settings, and I should have just disconnected it right then and there and then reconnected it a couple minutes later.
Well, today, protesters will stage a 12-hour demonstration at the ICE Processing Center in Broadview.
Yeah.
Organizers say that site is being used as a detention center, and they say it should not be.
Good morning. That protest is underway, and there is more law enforcement on the scene this week as opposed to last week. Kat Abu-Ghazala is...
Hey, wow, great shirt there. She got the My Body, My Choice, you know, on the... you know, the titties. I mean, what else can I say, dude? That's great.
With us, and you were out here early this morning when some of those transport vans with detainees left this Broadview ICE facility.
Does she have a black eye? Did they fucking hurt did they hurt Kat? No. Does she have a black? That's got to be the. She does not have a black eye.
Yeah, so we are out here peacefully protesting.
No, that's got to be the sun. That's got to be the angle. No way they gave her a black eye.
I and some others were sitting on the street on public property.
Wow, good for her.
ICE officers came out. They picked us up, and
this is how you do it properly. By the way, this is how you do it properly. You do not just get up and cooperate. You limp in your body if you feel like you have the strength to do this, because then that's when they abuse you.
Threw me on the ground. They had no identification. There was no detainment, which, you know, most people don't want to be detained, but it's even scarier to know that there's no process here.
Yeah.
And they're in
they
full
just kidnap
tactical
your ass.
here. They've got weapons out there.
No human rights, no constitution. They can touch you, manhandle you, throw you.
staring us down. And this is a bunch of people that are singing songs, chanting, holding posters. I brought my knitting, and we're the scary ones. It looks like a paramilitary force out there. We are here to support our neighbors. Our neighbors are being kidnapped. They are being held in a facility that is you're not supposed to be in for more than 12 hours. So they are being held there for days, even weeks at a time. Grandmothers and pregnant women sleeping.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at the scene.
More than 12 hours. So they are being
Look at that.
held there for
So they got
days,
all
even weeks at a time.
they got all the windows boarded up, and would they just feel like the baddest of badasses. These are the most pathetic people in America, being deputized by Donald Trump. What else can you say about this individual other than, wow, pathetic. Pathetic. There's really no other way to put it. Yeah. Obese. Supports a pedophile. He'll die for that motherfucker. He'd die for that pedophile. Thinks he looks like the Punisher. Thinks he looks intimidating. Makes me want to cry because it looks like the downfall of America. Looks like the end of the Constitution.
Grandmothers and pregnant women sleeping on concrete floors. There are no beds. I saw when people were coming out, they were in the same clothes they were detained in. So we don't know how long they've been there, and they haven't changed their clothes since. They're not given hot meals. They aren't given hygienic products. It's atrocious, and we need to stand for our community, and we need this facility to be shut down.
That's great. That's great. That's great. Look at him. Look at this. This is farcical. This truly is farcical.
We need this facility to be shut down.
Farcical. Absolutely farcical. Wow. I mean, it's a fucking disgrace. That's Kat Abu-Ghazala, by the way. Yeah, like The Simpsons. But no, that's Kat Abu-Ghazala. Fucking disgrace is what she had to say. She's running for Congress, Illinois, 9th District. Vote appropriately. There's only one candidate to vote for. It's Kat Abu-Ghazala. Hero. You might have heard this. Trump said something funny, which he often does, but, broken clock and all that. But he had this to say.
Smart people don't like me.
I gotta add that to the soundboard. I really do. I'm adding it to the soundboard.
And they don't like what we talk about.
One more time for those in the back.
Smart people don't like me. And they don't like what we talk about.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. Let's not forget, one of the early targets by the Nazi regime were intellectuals. By the German Nazi regime, I should say. And remember, I've taken the gloves off. Did I put that there in the memes? I did put it in the memes. Hold on, I need to put it in upkeep. I'm adding it to we're adding that to the soundboard. But intellectuals, quote unquote, smart people are often targeted by fascists early on in their takeover. I think it happened in Italy as well. U.S. companies put brakes on hiring after Donald Trump's tariffs hit. So we've known this is coming. We've talked about this quite a bit. We have Financial Times, so we know here that they're going to be telling us the truth. Remember, the Financial Times is the newspaper of the rich, newspaper of the oligarchy. These are the people running our lives. So they demand actual information, real information, and not bullshit. The American industries most exposed to trade turmoil have slammed the brakes on hiring and in many cases begun to lay off workers. If you're in the United States, if you're employed in the United States or unemployed, you might be feeling this, causing growth in the U.S. labor market to grind to a halt. Sectors including manufacturing, wholesale retail, and energy have experienced a wave of job losses in recent months that executives blame in large part on President Donald Trump's sweeping levies, cute, that have increased costs and made it difficult to commit to expansion plans. So remember what he said, right? Oh, kids, instead of getting $30, they'll get $2. They still get $2. Everyone's going to get dollars. There's no problem here. There's zero problem. Quote, these tariffs are just a drain on American manufacturers like mine. There's no benefit. It's an abrupt tax that is impeding our ability to hire and grow. And, you know, all you need to do is check the chat right now. Your boy Lenny, who is a very proficient toy manufacturer, you know, I'm sure he's got all kinds of, you know, he's had all kinds of problems, you know, with these tariffs here. So business makers are people who run business, the business people, as I call them, you know, you're either if you're in one of the few industries that you know that are able to take full advantage of the tariffs, you're riding high. You're doing better than you've ever done. But a grand majority of businesses are going to be negatively impacted, and that's going to drag down those other businesses. Right, because you're not going to have as many people are going to be going out of business, and even if they wanted to do business with you, you know, with American Steel or something like that, they won't have the money to do so. So it's still going to come back and hit those industries that are protected by the tariffs, that are taking advantage of the tariffs. It's a fucking mess. Robin said to keep up with demand, she would ideally have to add another 3 or 4 employees to Earthquaker's 35-person workforce. Instead, the company had entered an effective hiring freeze, she said. Quote, we can't hire or grow without having stability in policy and predictability in expenses, and now we're being forced to exist in an uncertain environment. It's really challenging. So, as we hear from all these analysts, uncertainty, 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 uncertainty. Welcome back, John Axel. Moving on to the next story there. I mean, let me know if you want the link. I'll restore it and give it to you. But, you know, we've heard it all before. We know it's coming. It's recession if we're lucky. Stagflation most likely, in my prediction. Like a couple years of stagflation, which is a nightmare, folks. It's high unemployment and prices are high, and like it's just the worst. Ask Japan. Worst case scenario, full-blown depression if Donald Trump just continues to double down and triple down on his disgusting economic policies. And if foreign countries decide now's the time we're dumping bonds, we might hit depression levels. So stay tuned. On to the next story here. Trump administration halts IRS crackdown on major tax shelters. So the corruption, just, you know, opening up the valves of corruption. We're going to stop cracking down on tax shelters. Go nuts. Hide your money. Don't pay your taxes. We're going to put all the obligation on the poor and the middle class. We're going to rob them as well, so they're not going to have any money for it. And I don't know. I guess we'll just figure it out. They're mentally ill, this oligarchy. It's never enough. They could have all. They could have everything, every penny. Jeff Bezos could have every penny and own everything. And somehow, some way, he would find it. He would say it's not enough, right? He'd start looking out in the stars. Yeah, there he is. It's mental illness. It's megalomania. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And that's why we, the people, need to demand that if they want to operate in our countries, that they pay their fair share. It's not theft. Okay? Don't listen to your, you know, nephew's cousin at Thanksgiving who thinks he knows anything about currency. Oh, I'm a libertarian. Taxation is theft. Yeah, okay. It isn't. In more economic news, Trump administration claims vast powers as it races to fire Fed governor before meeting. So it's interesting. The Fed is likely actually to lower rates now because the economy is he's fucked it up so badly. It now looks like it would make sense for Jerome Powell to cut the rates. And he's likely to get. He's not going to get the Mondo rate cut. He wants like a couple basis points rate cut, some fucking loop-de-loo shit. But he might get a modest, maybe half a basis point cut, and he doesn't care. He's barreling forward, trying to fire this Fed governor for mortgage fraud. Once again, I need to point out, maybe it's technically mortgage fraud, but literally the entire Republican establishment does the same fucking thing. Like that ever matters, that they're raging hypocrites. But at worst, it's like a fine. It's like a don't do that again. Here's some new paperwork. Here's $1,000 fine. Naughty. You know, maybe got to pay $10,000 in back taxes. Okay, don't do that again. Like, that's literally the level that we're talking about here. We're not talking about, like, the level of Donald Trump's real estate fraud is massive. Not paying contractors, overvaluing your property, saying that your properties or buildings are larger than what they actually are. Overvaluing the fact that you put your name on the building, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Massive real estate fraud. So this person is not a criminal. You know, like, have you ever gone over the speed limit? Okay, then you're in the same fucking basket as her, you scumbag. Fucking murderer. 25 basis points. Or I'm using my terminology incorrect. Thank you, female eunuchs. Female eunuchs here correcting me. 1 basis point is 0.01. So the Fed is expected to cut 25 basis points, or 0.25. Okay, I was getting it confused. I was thinking a whole point was a basis point, but no, a basis point is like a small fraction. Okay, thank you for that correction. And yeah, so that's pretty modest. No, I appreciate that, female eunuchs. So that's pretty modest. Trump wants multiple points. Cut like at least 1 point, but he probably wants to go for 2. So he's getting his rate cut. But he's not backing off. 1 iota. He's not backing off. So he's trying. So he like literally just did everything possible to fire this person before this meeting happened. And it sounds like he wasn't successful, but he's getting what he wants, and he's still, you know, not enough. More. That's how these guys operate. Trump advocates an end to quarterly earnings reports. So you heard that right. Once again, you know, just like how he replaced the budget, the Office of Budget and Management, the OBM, with a crony. Which one did he replace with a crony? Female eunuch, since you're a big nerd. So he's interestingly, it sounds like they didn't give him what he wanted, though. Is the OMB, is that it? Office of Management and Budget, maybe? But he didn't get what he wanted. They revised the numbers again and lowered them even more, which is like actually adds some credence to what he's saying, that these people were lying about Joe Biden's economy. So they lowered that even more after replacing it with a flunky. And now he's advocating to end quarterly earnings reports. So what does this allow you to do? It allows you to do a lot of damage to companies and businesses before, and then, you know, for a longer period of time before people have to report that, oh yeah, we're fucked. Like, our earnings are down. So instead of every quarter, maybe he wants to do it just, you know, every half a year. Or maybe even just once a year. This guy probably wants to go once a year. President Donald Trump floated the idea Monday of companies no longer providing earnings reports on a quarterly basis and switching to semi-annual instead, so twice a year. Semi-annual. Okay. Wow, so reasonable. And of course, like I said, this allows him to sweep the damage that he's doing to the economy under the rug. And honestly, this just makes things worse, because big surprise bombs get dropped. You know, it's like, whoa, this is a problem. We should have been, we should have been worried about this problem months ago, and we've been sitting on this, and it's been getting worse and worse and worse, kind of like the subprime mortgage crisis, right? So this just allows that damage allows him to do more and more damage, and it kind of adds credence to the people that are saying his damage is intentional, that he wants to do this, because it's a fire sale. When this economy collapses, only the rich people have enough money to buy or do anything, and they scoop everything up by pennies on the dollar. They did it during COVID. They did it during 2008. So Jeff Bezos, you're going to show his face. So Jeff Bezos is like lips are chopped. You know, there he is. God damn it. He's licking his chops, right? All these oligarchs who have money, they're licking their chops, especially if you got Bitcoin. Because as the dollar goes down, Bitcoin seemingly goes up. I don't know how that makes sense. On to the next story here. Quote unquote, it's unfortunate Trump appointed judge blocks admin from creating chaos by holding back housing funding over transgender and immigration stances. So the Donald Trump administration literally wants to, have you fill out a form that, do you agree with Antifa? Do you agree with immigrants? Are you as racist? Are you MAGA? Are you racist like us, or are you not? And he wants to do these like purity tests before you get like HUD subsidies and stuff. Like what's left? What's the scraps that he's left of these federal departments that are supposed to be helping poor people? So he wants to set it up. So are you MAGA? Where's your Make America Great Again hat? I noticed in your living room here you don't have any pictures of Donald Trump up. Was that a mistake? Are you getting your Donald Trump pictures polished? Oh, is that they're getting them polished. Oh, that's totally understandable. I get mine polished twice a week. It's, you got to keep them pristine. Keep the gold shining. Here's your check. Here's your check from the government because you're so poor. We're so merciful. And like this, you have to be poor you have to be like dirt poor. You have to be like dirt floor poor to be qualifying for some of these. So on top of that, you got a loyalty test as well. Yeah, Crail of Xanath. The Trump administration got hit with a lawsuit last week accusing it of, quote unquote, unlawfully tying federal housing grants for the homeless to places that comply with the president's partisan agenda, including immigration enforcement and civil rights matters for transgender and non-binary people. On Friday, U.S. District Judge Mary S. McElroy, who was appointed by Trump in Rhode Island, granted a temporary restraining order to halt the alleged illegal restrictions on federal housing funding through the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Continuum of Care Builds program, according to court records. The order ensures that providers and communities will not be barred from competing for life-saving housing resources simply because they are located in jurisdictions that don't adopt the administration's ideological agenda. So he's grouping people. This is like voting blocks. So if you're you're not going to get anything. That's what he wants to do. Like if you live in an area that voted for Trump, you get support. If you live in an area that voted for Kamala, you get cut out. So he like, fuck you, even if you voted for Trump, but you're in you happen to live in one of these pro-Kamala districts. This is nuts. I mean, this is totally banana stuff. It really is. Like, does this even go beyond China? Like, does this go beyond Russia? Like, do they even do this kind of comical stuff? They probably do if they're a dictatorship. While the litigation continues, wrote the National Alliance to End Homelessness, which is suing the government with the Women's Development Corporation in a statement Friday after the TRO was handed down. So this is the HUD doing this. This is Donald Trump's HUD. Trump and Kamala secretly love each other. Okay. You didn't even spell her name right, jackass. You're so clearly foreign. Are you from China or Russia? Moving on to the next story. Speaking of China, here's Donald Trump saying, well, our legal system should be like China. It's really quick. You get a really quick one. You get a really quick trial. Wait, bing, bang, boom, zing, zang, zoom, you're out of here. Right, so no actual trial, right? Kangaroo court, 5 minutes, no evidence, right? You're guilty. Yep, next. Guilty. Yep, okay, yep, guilty. Yep, guilty. We checked your social media. You clicked thumbs down on a picture of Trump. Guilty. That's what Donald Trump envisions for his justice system, right? Oh, yeah, you're a lefty. Hair blue. Guilty. Life. Your life in jail. You get life in jail. You get life in jail. You know, you're fired. You're fired. You're fired. Except I'm kicking you out of your country. You're fired. That's what he wants to turn our broken legal system into. Just this you know, like Russia's legal system, like a joke, like an actual comedic joke.
Did to her was unbelievable. And then he walks through, the knife is dripping blood and everything else.
Right. So he's talking about this subway murder. I haven't talked about it much. It's an absolute tragedy. Once again, we need to address, what are the things we need to address? Classism, right? The inherent exploitation in the system that holds everybody down, makes everybody depressed. And then, of course, mental health. We need trillions of dollars needs to go into mental health outreach and support, so that people that have these, you know, incredibly psychopathic outbursts have a place to go to seek help before they hurt anybody. At least have the option there. Obviously, we can't live in a perfect society where we can't, you know, some people are going to snap. That shit happens. But once again, going back to this, are they going to address any of these? Are they going to address any of those things? The root causes of the violence that you know, that absolutely, because it really was a tragic, you know, she was totally minding her own business, you know, and this guy just attacks her with her back's turned. She's just minding her own business on a bus. This guy sitting behind her, and we've all sat on buses where we're like, man, what's up with a guy behind me, right? And you kind of feel bad, or you zone out, and you're like, you know, I was so zoned out there, somebody could have like walked up and punched me right in the face, and I wouldn't have seen it coming. And you know, but we always think, well, you know, we don't live in a crazy society. Well, it happened to this person. She got, you know, it was terrible what happened. And of course, here are the Republicans weaponizing it, turning it into an excuse to further expand their police state.
One thing I say, we have to have quick trials.
Yeah.
I call it quick trial because in China, they do have quick trials. You know, they don't wait 6 years.
And those trials are a joke. These characters would have been criticizing China's legal system just 5-10 years ago, comparing, you know, America's system so much better, and now here we are having a discussion about how we need to implement kangaroo courts. And judges that don't even require evidence. You get a 5-minute trial, and then, you know, you're guilty and you're sent to a work camp for 10-20 years.
Yeah, you start off guilty and you end up guilty in China.
Oh, it's terrible. What happens here is you go through 7-8 years, and by the time it ends, and then they say, well, you know, he had a reason to do it.
Ironically, this man has taken full advantage of the fact that sometimes litigation takes a long time, takes full advantage of, you know, of the evidence portion of these trials, right? Stretching them out, asking for all kinds of unnecessary information to slow things down. It's so ironic. Like, this guy should know how long things take. He's always taken full advantage of that weakness of our justice system. God damn, man.
But because he wasn't treated right in grade school, and it's his teacher's fault, and it's the government's fault. That guy they should have a trial the following day, as far as.
But do you know that they say?
I mean, when you have somebody on tape, here's a guy on tape getting ready to, and then he did his thing. The whole thing is on tape. This should not be going on. This trial will go on.
And maybe to a lay person, oh, that sounds pretty reasonable. I mean, he was stone cold guilty. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop with just cases like this that are very clearly, obviously murder, right? It's not. He's not just talking about these, quite frankly, abnormal cases where it's cut and dry, guilty as sin, absolutely. And we sometimes we need to know the motivations. Sometimes these things go deeper, right? So sometimes, you know, you know, this person was murdered like that, you know. Obviously, that wasn't the case. This person was mentally ill, homeless person. But yeah, investigations for murders need to happen. Sometimes motives are unclear. Even though it's cut and dry on the camera, yeah, that person murdered that person. You know, what's the context behind that? Who sent that person? What, you know, sometimes people can coax other people into murder, etc., etc. We've all watched Columbo. So it's just absurd. It really is. Like, I can't handle it.
It'll start in 2, 3, 4 years. We have to have, in certain places that do it differently, they have what's called quick trial. He did to her was
I don't think it's called quick trial, by the way. Yeah, we talked about Charlie Kirk today. We don't need to talk about Charlie Kirk anymore. I've made my opinions clear. Over to Ukraine, we got a little time. My wife is nice enough to go pick up my son, so I get a bonus time, get a bonus 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes for her to go pick up the kid. So we do have time to talk about Ukraine, baby. Let's do it. Video shows Ukrainian drone strike on Russian oil refinery. Kick ass.
And drones struck one of Russia's largest oil refineries overnight. This is the latest in Ukraine's campaign to take out Russia's fuel infrastructure. Joining us now, CNN contributor Jill Doherty. She's also an adjunct professor at Georgetown University.
Holy shit. She's also married to Gandalf the White. Holy cow, man. Stylish.
CNN Moscow bureau chief. Jill, thanks for being here.
She knows what she's doing over here, right? We got the 3 pops of color. Like, she's looking great. Okay, look at the earrings. Look at the pop of color on the shirt, right? She's nailed it. I mean, 100% nailed it, dude. Wow, what an outfit.
With us, the Ukrainian president of Zelensky telling our Fareed Zakaria that Ukraine is focusing on taking out this infrastructure in an effort to keep Russia from producing more drones and weapons.
She looks great.
What do you expect Russia's response to be to this continued effort by Ukraine?
Well, so far, they seem to be downplaying it. And I think, there's a reason for that, because oil and gas, the energy exports that Russia has, are critical.
This strategy has so far seemingly been pretty successful of targeting oil refineries, anything that has to do with oil, and hurting Russia's main export.
Its budget. I mean, anywhere from, it could be like 40, 45%. Sometimes it even has gone up to 50% of the income that they get from exports comes from energy. So they are hit, and this was a big oil refinery up in the northwest part of Russia. If they're hit, this really can hurt Russia. So I think, I did look at the Russian response. There's not much of it other than to say that they shot down some of the drones and pieces of the drones fell, created fires, which they put out, and no one was injured. Okay. But we really don't know exactly what the response is. And also,
no, that isn't. We just saw the video there. Let's see that video again.
Expect Russia's response to be.
No, that's a hit. That's a hit. That's not a fragment. That's not a fragment. Okay, so we got a little touch there. CNN, I don't want to watch a bunch of CNN. Let's keep her moving. Trump says a Russian drone incursion could have been a mistake. So here he is. I mean, I'm really disappointed. Phase 2, we're initiating phase 2 against Russia. And then here he is equivocating what's obvious, and nobody's agreeing with this framing, by the way. Like, this is Donald Trump on an island internationally. We got NATO talking about boots on the ground. We got Keir Starmer. One of the only things that Keir Starmer is doing right is talking about, I think it's a real reality. We got to start talking about boots on the ground. We got a real, one term Keir, but that's the one of the few things that I definitely agree with him on, is that we got to start taking this more seriously. We got to start taking the lead here. The United States is dropping the ball. We need to pick it up. We need to pick it up. Ukraine is the largest allied army in Europe. We cannot have Russia rolling in with their weak sauce attempt and being successful with that. We absolutely cannot have that, or else we will be facing a legitimate existential crisis. A second one? You're kidding me. No. So that's the plan? They're just going to start murdering innocent people, just claiming that they're filled with drugs? This is what they want to see in the UK with the tiny boats. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. They shouldn't have come. They shouldn't have come. Yeah, terrible. Absolutely, Russia's invasion. So Trump says Russian drone incursion could have been a mistake. Poland, of course, denies. We know what it is. Everybody, it's obvious what it is. It's a stress test. It's like, okay, how do they respond militarily? You know, how are they gonna respond geopolitically? That's what this was about. Simply checking Europe. Okay, you know, well, what would it look like? What would it look like? It was very informative for the Russian military about, okay, what is the, fast, how rapidly can they actually respond to, like how quickly do they go from, are they just invading our airspace to go to Ukraine versus this is an attack on us and we need to intercept it? Like how many minutes goes by before they make that decision? So the whole world understands what the fuck went down with Russia and Poland last week. And this guy over here, could have been a mistake. Oh, goo. I mean, goddamn, man. It's just not real. None of this is real. None of this actually is real. So here we have Lines on the Map. Great YouTube channel. Lines on Maps, maybe? I don't know. William Spaniel here does a pretty damn good job of analyzing things, if I remember correctly. It's none of this is real, dude. It's not real. But over here, time for action. NATO's newly announced plan to counter Russia's drones. So we're seeing proactive action from NATO. The sleeping giant awakes. Is it too late? Is it too little too late? That's the real question.
NATO just announced...
Is it too little too late? That's the real question here.
Its new defensive effort to stop Russian drones from crossing into Alliance territory.
Yeah, Krail Azaneth, I saw that. That's a very funny story.
It is called Eastern Sentry. That is Sentry, SENTRY, not century as in 100 years, because one hopes it will not last that long. Anyway, this of course is coming on the heels of roughly 20 Shahed-style or Shahed decoy drones entering Poland earlier this week.
Intentionally.
They all came from Russia. And while NATO has not yet publicly declared whether it was intentional or an accident, simultaneously, NATO does not care.
Yeah.
Either way, Russian drones pose an unacceptable threat to the alliance.
Totally.
Now, I do not know about you, but I saw a ton of online commentary about how NATO's initial response was soft. So I think it is worth diving into the public details of Eastern Sentry released thus far. And we should also put the plan in the context of what else NATO has been doing recently. Let me start by discussing what is happening. And I mean is happening, because Eastern Sentry started earlier on Friday, even before the press conference that you are watching right now, where they announced it.
Right.
I hope you like blue backgrounds, because I am going to be sticking with this B-roll for a while. That is NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte on the right. On the left is Supreme Allied Commander Europe, Alex Grinkwich, whose call sign earlier in his life was Grinch. That is not especially pertinent to our story for today, but I just think is cool. And we will come back to him later. The basic idea of Eastern Sentry is to shift even more assets to NATO's eastern flank. I say even more because there were already a couple of phases of this. First in 2014 after Russia's annexation of Crimea, and again in 2022 when Putin announced the special military operation. At minimum, Denmark, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom are kinetically participating.
That's huge.
In addition to the countries physically on the eastern flank.
Ukraine heads have been waiting. Ukraine heads have been desperately waiting for this moment. And I think we might be here, folks. NATO might be actually taking this seriously, finally.
I do not think that we should treat those countries as a complete list, though, because the project began only 2 days removed from the drone encounter. I also want to highlight that kinetic qualifier, because we will see in a moment that the broader alliance will be put to work here. Yes, that even means this guy's country. Although NATO seems satisfied with the multilateral response to the incursion, one of the places for improvement is not to have a country-by-country response, but rather have an integrated approach. That requires a new command structure, which is how you end up with a new project like Eastern Sentry. Some new materiel has already been made available. French Rafale fighters, Danish F-16s, a frigate, and some ground-based air defenses. Again, probably best to think of that collection of goods as the starting point after 48 hours, and not the end point.
Okay.
The other half of it is liable to get lost in the shuffle, because this starts to veer into the finer points of NATO bureaucracy. At the press conference, NATO also announced that Allied Command Transformation, based out of Norfolk, Virginia, will work on new solutions to the problem. And missing this part is a big problem. Some of the early criticism regarding Eastern Sentry is a lack of clarity regarding what exactly it is. Well, more materiel and a better integrated command structure are both important. But if there is a lack of further clarity, it is because, in part, NATO likely does not yet have a great long-term solution, short of bombing every launch site inside of Russia. If we restrict ourselves to non-escalatory measures, NATO only has expensive medium-term solutions, which require the use of Patriots and interceptor fighters.
Interesting.
Now, there is a fair criticism to be made that, 3 years into the war, NATO still has no good long-term solution.
That's pretty pathetic.
But finding such a solution is why Allied Command Transformation exists, and as of this week, they are on the case.
That's huge.
Let's rewind for a second. One of the central concerns about how to defend Western territory from Russian drones is the cost ratio. Drones are cheap for Russia to produce, and the technology that NATO uses to counter those drones is much more expensive. Ukraine, by comparison, is way, way better at finding cost-effective solutions. However, Kyiv still struggles with the extent of the problem and its own resource limitations. Hence the regular Russian drone attacks causing significant damage. Well, NATO faced a similar problem with the Baltic Sea earlier this year. Russian assets, accidentally on purpose, dragged anchors to cut seafloor cables. Baltic Sentry was NATO's program to counter those efforts. It worked well, and thus at the press conference, they frequently compared Eastern Sentry to it. Part of what Allied Command Transformation did in response to the Baltic threat was to develop cost-effective solutions. It is a difficult challenge having to patrol such a large body of water and needing to deter Russian sabotage along every part of it. I actually went to Norfolk not too long ago to learn specifically about what was happening there, and even more specifically the work of Task Force X Baltic. It is a great story, and I hope one day to be able to tell it. But because 2 days cannot pass without something in the world completely breaking down, I suspect that I will finally be able to release said video in, say, October 2037. My frustration aside, the main point here is that Allied Command Transformation may be responsible for the long-term solution. In the meantime, NATO can brute force the solution by simply putting more assets in the East, putting them on heightened alert, and unlocking a freer command structure to engage when problems arise. Moving along, there are still a bunch of tangents to tie down as it relates to the response. First is the relative speed of the operation. Contrary to a common narrative among internet skeptics,
this is important,
this all unfolded fairly fast as far as military and political responses go. The immediate response was, in fact, immediate. There were no deliberations before countering the direct threats as those drones were coming in. The idea that this would, say, 5 hours later, result in some sort of long-term defensive operation or offensive retaliation is rather crazy. Russia does not have the resources at the moment to pose an imminent danger to Poland or any other part of the NATO eastern flank. As a result, the Allies have the luxury of time to come up with an interim solution and then a long-run solution afterward.
Yes, yeah, massive mistake. Once again, Putin's ego getting the better of him. This strategically is a huge mistake because this is NATO now engaging medium and long-term planning against what they now see as an eventuality, and Putin could have had that in his pocket. He didn't need to reveal that part of his intention, and he did that, I would say, based purely off ego, but that's just my amateur opinion.
There is no need to rush into something that poses unnecessary escalation risks with Russia. Indeed, this is exactly why Article 4 exists. It is a mechanism to get everyone's affairs together when the danger is on the order of weeks to months, rather than hours or days. Save Article 5 for the actual emergencies.
Right.
And even with Article 4 being the appropriate...
So that's interesting. Article 4 is just basically, when danger is obviously coming your way, you can start parties with determination, political independence, security, other parties is threatened. Yeah, you can start preparing.
For the actual emergencies. And even with Article 4 being the appropriate step, the first part of the interim solution is already being put into place, just 2 days after the drone incursion happened. Perhaps some historical perspective is in order here. September 11th happened on... September 11th. The United States did not invade Afghanistan until October 7th. The delay was not because the United States was unsure of whom to target. It was because waiting did not put the United States further at risk. And putting together a good plan is better than going with the first idea that occurs to you. Moving on to our second loose
female
end.
eunuchs.
Notably absent from the conversation thus far are the explicit words United States. This came up in the Q&A portion of the press conference, when there was a suggestion that the United States had been absent from the defenses scrambled over Poland. Grinch, perhaps staying true to his call sign, appeared maybe slightly irritated that he had to point out that he was coordinating the response as a U.S. general and the Supreme Allied Commander Europe. He further noted that the absence of U.S. kinetic forces to the immediate response was a function of standard rotations. In other words, if this were to happen again, the United States might be a part of the response, depending on the particular day. It is also not a good idea to read...
Interesting. Oh my God, with the hats. It's just so embarrassing with the hats. Gulf of America, right? Like, if we just keep repeating it, that makes it true. It's lunacy. It's literally lunacy.
Into Trump's lack of follow-up to his vague Truth Social post, declaring his displeasure with Russia's actions. The U.S. media has been devoted 24/7 to Charlie Kirk since the afternoon following the drone incursion, to the point that I suspect that most of my American viewers have not heard a word about Eastern Sentry from traditional news media. Another thing that has evaded broader public attention for the same reason is the U.S. discussion with the European Union to increase joint sanctions against Russia and its coalition partners. Those discussions stalled not because of U.S. unwillingness, but because of EU unwillingness to eat the costs of those sanctions. But back to Grinch.
Right.
What he did not say...
because cheap energy was too important for their political futures.
But probably is worth pointing out, is that overinterpreting the U.S. role here is not good for alliance cohesion. There are plenty of valid criticisms about U.S. behavior toward NATO as of late. But highlighting invalid criticisms is exactly the type of thing that a Russian disinformation campaign would love to do. Third, there has been some conversation that Russia's underlying plan here is to sidetrack NATO. In other words, make NATO think more about intra-alliance security and less about sending assistance to Ukraine. This seems like a reasonable concern, and I could further see how someone might look at Eastern Sentry and think that NATO has fallen into the trap. But a few points of rebuttal. 1. Assets like those F-16s were not headed to Ukraine under any circumstance. That part of the Sentry program is merely an internal transfer and nothing more. 2. If NATO ever does decide to intervene by, say, shutting down the skies over western Ukraine, they would have to do it as part of a coordinated effort.
Yeah.
It cannot be that Italy takes Tuesday mornings, Germany gets Thursday nights, Poland covers the weekends, and so forth. In that regard, drone incursions have induced NATO to pre-solve the coordination problem. As I said a minute ago, I think a reasonable criticism can be made here that it should not have taken more than 3 years in the war for this to happen.
Yes.
But better now than 6 years into the war.
Sure.
3, heading back to Norfolk. Whatever solutions that Allied command transformation is going to work on will be general solutions. This will not be a fix to solving drone defenses over the country of Poland. It will be a fix to solving drone defenses over countries broadly speaking. So Ukraine will benefit because NATO can simply transfer the new technology over to Ukraine. 4. Fair point about the land-based air defenses heading to the eastern flank. In the short run, those are air defense systems that could have gone to Ukraine instead. However, the alliance's central problem remains a lack of defense manufacturing. If there were spare factories abound, Western countries could simply flip a switch and have all of the metal that anyone could ask for. Insofar as the Poland incursion serves as a wake-up call, there will be more political support for investment in manufacturing. Thus, in the long run, there is still the opportunity for more defenses for Ukraine.
So really the only way for Donald Trump to undermine this would be to cut NATO funding, which would be extremely dramatic. Cutting NATO funding would basically be, the final decision, right, on like which side are you taking? Are you on China-Russia side or are you on Europe side?
And my final loose end connects to this concern. The announced Eastern Sentry only covers NATO's eastern flank. It does not cover Ukraine. That piece of news certainly disappoints anyone pulling for Ukraine and who had hoped that the Poland incursion would induce NATO to take an active role in the war.
Right.
Well, I hinted at this in my video on the morning after the incursion, but such actions are unlikely to happen under a NATO banner.
Right.
That is in part because you need consensus among...
And this is why Keir Starmer is stepping up, because it can't be under NATO. Boots on the ground, locking down airspaces over Ukraine. It can't be NATO doing that because Ukraine's not a member, and there just isn't any mechanism to get involved. I think NATO can help. I think there's mechanisms for NATO to help, but boots on the ground, it would have to be a coalition of the willing, like UK soldiers, German soldiers, French, I don't know, Australia, anybody willing to contribute who wants to help Ukraine, boots on the ground to relieve Ukrainian soldiers, most likely, put them in defensive positions, not offensive positions. Maybe some of the ultimate badasses go out there, do some wet work, But so that is an escalation, and that's a good thing. That's what we've been wanting, because that goes from like mercenaries to direct military support from these countries, which is huge. But it can't be under NATO's banner.
Among the 32 allies to do something like this. But it is also in part because keeping NATO in arm's length from the war is important to limit Russia's domestic propaganda. Remember, Russia is currently fighting the war using voluntary forces, recruited via market wages. That is why Russian troops can only advance at a snail's pace. There simply are not enough men on the front lines to push faster. One way that this could all break down is if the Kremlin convinces the Russian public that this is truly a war between NATO and Russia, and that the Russian people are under the threat of a big, evil Western monster.
The
Kremlin has tried to insert that narrative already into the war, seemingly nonstop. It has not worked because NATO is not actually there, and the Kremlin has limits on how much it can misinform the Russian public. Not for a lack of trying, but because enough Russians can still access external media.
Yeah.
But once NATO forces are actively involved in Western Ukraine, the Kremlin no longer needs propaganda to shape the narrative. It is just a fact that NATO is engaging Russian military assets in Ukraine. Now, your average Russian citizen may still look at that with apathy, leaving the Kremlin to continue recruiting in the manner that it has been for close to 3 years. On the other hand, it might work, and that is a problem that neither NATO nor Ukraine wants to deal with. However, nothing about
that's the Joe Biden attitude that got us here in the first place, right? Like it's gonna, if it happens, it happens, and then whatever. But we have to make effects on the battleground, like at the battlefield, the front line. That's the most important factor here. Like, what is are we going to be worrying about Russian propaganda internally, or are we going to be worrying about achievable frontline victories that is effectively pushing the Russian military backwards? Like, to me, that's the number one priority.
Eastern Century will prevent individual countries from taking individual actions, or with a coalition of the willing. And that will come without political baggage in the shape of a NATO flag. One headline that went under the radar because of all of the Russian drones popping up on Polish radars the same day is that the United Kingdom will fund thousands of long-range attack drones for Ukraine to aim at Russia.
Okay.
Well, those things can hit the Russian drone facilities that are producing all of these problems for Poland and the rest of NATO, and they do not come with the same escalation concerns of NATO directly attacking Russia.
Okay.
To be clear, the UK plan was in the works before the whole Poland incursion.
I love it.
But the Poland incursion...
I love how one side gets to just call for help from a different country and just like literally just pull in soldiers from a different country's army, and we're still like dancing around this shit over here. You know what I mean? Like, it's such a weakness. It's such an incredible weakness that's been taken full advantage of.
Might inspire more countries to join in on that effort or something similar. And nothing about Eastern Century interferes with those alternative plans.
Yeah.
Rather, Eastern Century complements them by giving NATO a defensive shield, while Ukraine acts as the offensive proxy.
Yes.
How effective Ukraine's actions and NATO's deterrent defensive power...
But like, how much manpower does Ukraine have to sustain that strategy? Right? And why does this have to be put all on the back of Ukraine's flesh and blood? Right? It's a namby-pamby way, and of course he's going to accept this, but he knows the reality that we got to get boots on the ground. We got to get international boots on the ground here.
Will remain to be seen. The answers there, however, will dictate whether my next book is about World War III or whether the Ukraine war wraps up with a nice little bow. Meanwhile, you can tie a nice little bow on one of these 2 existing books.
So, folks, make sure you, at the very least, like and subscribe to this incredible resource right here. William Spaniel, Lines on Maps? Yeah, Lines on Maps. Amazing resource. Thank you so much, William Spaniel, for that breakdown. Very important, because like, it's so much nuance with NATO and all that stuff. There's no way I could have given you that kind of detailed analysis right there. So thank you very much, William Spaniel. Please like and subscribe if you can. Would appreciate it. Let's go ahead and wrap up the Russian coverage, and then I guess we'll do Israel another time, because I do need to get running here. But this is pretty wild stuff. Russia has deployed Iskander missiles in Kaliningrad, escalating regional tensions and signaling a serious shift in military posturing in Europe. Strategic implications are concerning. So that's just the opinion of the person who reported this. But look at this. This is right on the border, I guess, of Poland and Russia. On a highway in Kaliningrad, danger close to Polish border. What the fuck, man? What the fuck, dude? What are we supposed to, so this... It's supposed to be scary, right? It's supposed to be scary. And certainly it is from like an outlandish, ridiculous POV, right? Like from a civilian point of view, it's like, whoa, that's a big fucking missile. But what does Russia have to back it up? Just like William Spaniel there told us, they got nothing to back up an invasion. They got nothing. They're completely all in on Ukraine, barely moving, and they've lost so much of their material. I'm surprised they still have a truck and a missile left. No, I'm joking, of course, but you know what I mean. They've lost a lot of gear. They're not ready for invading Poland, not even close. It'd be a joke. So what is this, right? This is fear-mongering. I think this is Putin's ego, man. Like because strategically this doesn't make any sense, because what has Putin done? He's finally, caused NATO to rumble awake and start taking this seriously. He's given room for Keir Starmer to talk about, we got to push back, we got to do it, we got to do something. And this, this pointless escalation, maybe it scared some folks, but really it's been counterproductive for Russia, because it's telling Europe, you need to take this seriously. You need to wake up. Donald Trump isn't going to save you. You got to start changing tack, right? Start changing your tactics. And we do see some movement. Finally, we do see some, understanding of the moment here by Europe. And honestly, that's Putin's fault. Like, he's hurting his own effort here. Good for Boris Johnson. Good for Boris Johnson. He also destroyed the United Kingdom's economy. But yeah, I do agree. Like, it was a slam, because it's like back then it was a slam dunk. It still should be. Like, it's just an obvious invasion. One side is clearly in the right here. Oh, scary stuff. Right. What are you going to do? Blast into, you're going to fire a couple, you're going to fire your two last, you got 2 missiles left. You're going to fire that into Poland, then what? Back it up with some donkey cart brigades? What, some motorbikes? Wang, 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 wang. Some dirt bikes flying into Poland. Is that what's going to go down? You guys are just, wrap it up? What's the capital of Poland? I don't even know. Right? Dirt bikes, a couple dozen guys on dirt bikes gonna blast to the capital and take that shit. Warsaw? I should know that. Right? Gonna blast your way to Warsaw. 12, whole brigade, 12, 13 hungry Russians blasting their way to Warsaw, no problem. Take that shit overnight. All right, so yeah, we're gonna have to do Israel next time. Sorry, I know you want to talk about Israel so bad. I want to see dead children. It's like, okay, man, don't shout that anymore, please. I don't have time. Sorry. Maybe tomorrow.
1996, baby.
Look forward to that. Look forward to it. All right, folks. Thank you, Blase. Thank you for coming in. The Salazam. Thank you for coming in. Good guy, Dari. Putin is master strategist. You just don't understand the depth. He's of his master plans. Yeah, I don't get it. I admit that. Yeah, I don't get the master plan here. How does waking NATO up from its slumber supposed to help your invasion? You got it, John Axel. You got it. Thank you. Big props to B-Re, strategy member. Dundee Man. Thank you, Dundee Man. Mimsy. Mimsy, is that are you the Mimsy? Gonna knock you out? Are you the henchman? Female eunuchs, big props to you, female eunuchs. And thank you to everyone in the Discord for contributing. Thank you to all you lurkers out there. Big props to you lurkers. Every time Russian soldiers die, they gift him 100K potatoes and newspaper. Yeah, something like that. From South Park. That's funny. I love that because it's a tribute to Looney Tunes, right? It's a big tribute to Looney Tunes, and it's just like I love that South Park pays tribute to Looney Tunes like that. It's really cool. So big props to everybody else in the chat. If I missed you, I'm sorry. World War 86, thank you. Wonder Woman 86, I think. Not World War. Wonder Woman. UN TV, which sounds like a esoteric Windows application that would be used for some kind of USB device that you'd plug your cable TV into. That's what your name sounds like to me, UN TV. No offense, of course. Big props to Promethean Rebellion. Thank you for coming in. Come on, boss. Hey, boss. Oh, gee, boss. Oh, gee, I didn't mean to. Oh, I don't know, boss. Mimsy. I think what makes the South Park one unique is that it gets real. Like, it gets, like, violent and real sometimes. I think that's the difference. Krayla Xanath, big props. Anybody else I see in the chat? Yeah, big props to the we don't know, Absolute Zero, big props. Absolute Zero is 100% correct. I was assuming it's a groiper, but outside of the clear attempt, outside of the use of Charlie Kirk's name, we don't know, because there's, right-wingers of all different flavors, not just groipers, can weaponize Charlie Kirk's death to get people banned, to get people kicked off these platforms. So we don't know for sure it was a groiper. It does seem like it was like maybe one person who was able to do this. I think it was like one person, because I just had to disconnect and reconnect, and it was problem solved. So I think it's like one person clicking a button, and it's a bunch of robots doing all this shit, because it wasn't smart enough to come back. A human being who was targeting me specifically would have been smart enough to come back. Bound, big props to you, Bound TRS. Big props to Eldon Lore Hoarder. Thank you for coming in, Eldon Lore Hoarder. American guy with schizophrenia that thinks he's Chinese and runs Shitty Walk. Oh, that guy's funny. That guy's super funny. Yeah, like the reveal that he's faking it is like unbelievable. Yeah, that South Park reveal that the City Walk guy is faking it, dude. Well, no, he's not faking it. He's mentally ill. He has like split personality or something. I'm sorry, he's not faking it. He legitimately thinks he's Chinese. He has schizophrenia. Holy shit. South Park is back, by the way. I don't know what they're going to do, though, right? After the Charlie Kirk thing. They might be like, whoa, this shit just got real way too fast. They might retreat. I'm afraid of that South Park retreat, because honestly, Matt and Trey, they've shown themselves to be political cowards in the past when it comes to not talking about Donald Trump enough, not pushing back on this fascistic conservative movement enough. Only now, just now, have they decided to wake up and start pushing back, right? Calling this what it is, right? In their own satirical, comedic way, of course. Fart jokes and small penises and whatnot. But it's better than what was there before, which was like, oh, this is too much. We don't want to satirize this. We're checking out, right? We give up. So, Charlie Kirk's assassination might see them. I think they'll go one of two directions. They'll totally bitch out and, just like literally stop talking about Donald Trump and just forget that they were doing that, right? The whole bit with him and the small penis and having sex with Satan, they'll just like literally forget that. Or they'll continue doing that, but they're just going to ignore this assassination. They're not going to they're not going to do like Kristi Noem, her shooting up a puppy mill, a pet shop. She goes into a pet shop filled with a bunch of puppies and she does a mass shooting. They're not going to do anything similar for Charlie Kirk. I don't think so. I think they're just going to... I don't think they're even going to talk about assassinations on South Park. I think they're just going to avoid the topic completely, and they're just going to criticize Donald Trump, maybe for his Bitcoin shit, right? There's so many other things you can criticize this conservative movement, this MAGA movement for, Donald Trump especially. So they'll probably just avoid it, which is probably smart. Like, of course, I would say you should face it head on, and you should do a whole episode about, how, the irony of the whole situation, about how he died, saying things like, a certain amount of people have to die every year for us to have Second Amendment liberty, right? There's no way to fix the gun violence problem. We need to accept it and normalize it. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. And then he tragically dies, from getting shot with guns. So I would face it head on. I would say this, we have to talk about this. This is the most ironic thing that we've probably ever seen in our lives. And we'd be cowards to not talk about it. But they are cowards. They're Hollywood. They're millionaires, right? They got multi-billion-dollar right-wing owned media companies that own them. So, did they give up their career? Did they give up their career to take this stand? No. South Park is more important than making, an important political statement, right? Yeah, that the sample that's being sampled in the song, B-Ree, is that what you're talking about? We should probably find a different part of the song. Probably shouldn't have that playing in the background while talking about this. All right, well, there you go. There's my opinions on South Park and whatnot. I think, I want to see... I don't know. I think, like I said, I think they're going to continue with the anti-Trump stuff, but they're going to ignore the Charlie Kirk assassination, because it's like, I get it. If they stay criticizing Trump, but they choose to ignore the Charlie Kirk assassination, I'm not gonna like stop watching South Park or anything. You know what I mean? But it's like, yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity to talk about. Oh, I know. I meant what you're saying. Oh, okay. But I mean, this, like I said before, this is one of the most ironic things that's ever happened in my life, that I've ever seen, that's happened, in my lifetime. I can't think of a single more ironic event than Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. And of course, I don't support political assassinations. I find them to be counterproductive. So does Noam Chomsky and many other smart people. They did that Ice Woman Good rating heaven for illegals. Yeah, that one was funny. Just the brown ones. Just the brown ones. Oh, it was terrible. All right, folks. Well, that's all I got today. Thank you, Mimsy, B-Ree, Salazam, strategy member, everybody else. Let's not forget why we're here. We're here to create real political change. And we do that with nonviolent, direct political action. That's right. You. How do we do that? It's a simple 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we do today. It's what we do every episode. Step 2, we sign up or show up. Right? We put on our shoes, sign up or show up. The next march, the next organization that you think fits your principles. You sign up, and then you show up. And then step 3, you got to put in the work, like some guy I used to know. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East, and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Hopefully we'll be seeing more positivity. Finally, the sleeping giant of NATO has awoken. And of course, explicitly they're not going to be helping Ukraine, but this is good news for Ukraine regardless. Trust me. Never heard of the guy. Take care of yourself. News Underground, motherfuckers. Thank you, Neros. Maybe to Greta Thunberg. That's a good idea. I'll think about that. Put in the work like Greta Thunberg. Oh, it doesn't rhyme. Damn. Take care of yourself, y'all.